Pronto, pronto. No, uno. Buongiorno.
It looks like the image is reversed. Left and right are interchanged.
You won't change this?
No. Left and right are interchanged. He sits on the right, but on the image he's on the left.
This phone?
No.
I know. I don't know. No, yes, I understand. But so you want to change the image? Okay, no. Sai come si fa? Vedi l'immagine, girarla a destra.
I hope this is not a political statement.
I don't know how to turn the image.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Wo in meinem Warenkorb wenn du die Seite auch benutzt hast, weißt du, ja, irgendwann wird es, wenn man sehr bezahlt, sehr weg.
Gut, ich muss ja schauen. Okay. Ich rufe dich gleich aufs Podium.
En fait, il y a un problème que la connexion est instable. Le Wi-Fi n'est pas très bon. Et je pense que là, il n'y a plus de direct. On va s'estimer la connexion est instable. Vous avez un câble.
So. Hello, good morning, everybody. I wish to welcome the members of the International Chess History and Literature Society, and as well our guests, Dr. Roberto Ciausa and the president of the Chess Club in Marostica, and as well all those who will follow us hopefully on YouTube. We make a special effort to integrate also those who cannot come, but of course those who are here are privileged to also enjoy the marvelous place in which we meet today, which is in Marostica, the festival, and in the Palazzo directly here adjacent to the famous place. And I'm extremely grateful that many of you made it to see in life which brilliant and marvelous hospitality Marostica offers to us. First of all, I think we should give a very warm applause to our hosts. And I took the occasion to bring a recent book which was also co-financed by the Society, namely the 100 Years Chess in France, and both to the President and to Roberto. First of all, a big applause for your hospitality. First of all, a big applause for your hospitality. Now, I would like to give also the floor to the President, who asked me to say a few words about the first and second topic, which will be about chess as a means to education and Lasker, because he has a special connection to Marostica. And before we go into our speeches announced, I give the floor to you, President. It will be in Italian, but still, of course, very interested for. Please, you have the floor. For those who can follow. Please, you have the floor.
Ringrazio molto il Presidente. Ecco, mi spiace di non poter parlare in inglese, quindi diversi di voi non potranno sentire quello che effettivamente dico. Comunque ringrazio il Presidente per la sua grande gentilezza, ringrazio tutti voi perché per Marostica è stato un grande onore che siate venuti qua nella nostra città, che è un piccolo gioiello d'arte e di storia, col suo castello, con la partita a scacchi a personaggi viventi, che naturalmente va bene, diventa sempre più famosa nel mondo. Quindi un grande ringraziamento. Ho visto che fate questa giornata e nelle relazioni che ho visto due punti interessanti che mi preme sottolineare, che qualcosa ha detto anche il Presidente. Allora, alle 10:10 ho visto gli scacchi come mezzo di educazione morale nel Medioevo. Ecco, ricordate che qui da educazione morale nel Medioevo. Ecco, ricordate che qui da noi abbiamo il dottor Diego Delia, che praticamente ha fatto un libro, per diversi anni, ha studiato i problemi del Medioevo con la biblioteca di Vicenza ha fatto un libro che ha un valore molto più che nazionale, vorrei dire internazionale, e quindi lui ha una competenza specifica. Proprio qui nell'ottobre dello scorso anno ha tenuto un sabato pomeriggio proprio una relazione molto interessante sugli scacchi nel basso medioevo. Poi anche che si è messo sempre in relazione con voi, va bene, il nostro componente del direttivo che è Stefano Zulian, che ha fatto circa una decina di anni fa una scoperta con le sue ricerche, quindi una scoperta con le ricerche vuol dire anche una capacità di saper vedere nei testi antichi qualcosa che non è alla portata di tutti, per cui un grande del Cinquecento, cioè Pre Lorenzo Busnardo, lui è riuscito a dimostrare che era originario da queste parti e non era un cittadino spagnolo. È nato qui vicino, a 12 chilometri da qui, a Mussolente, e quindi anche quello siamo, e penso che anche voi siate potuti venire, avete scelto Marostica per la relazione che avete con l'interessato. Ecco, quindi ringraziamo tutto quanto, perché non è una cosa da poco. Allora, dopo ho visto che alle 15:15 il difficile viaggio di Lasker. Ecco, noi sapete che Marostica 30 anni fa, proprio in questi giorni, ha dedicato una via a Emanuele Lasker. Noi ogni anno facciamo un fascicolo che ho, e ringrazio per il suo libro. Ecco, questi sono i fascicoli che annualmente facciamo. E proprio 4 anni fa abbiamo fatto una ricerca particolare su Lasker, in cui ci sono degli articoli anche interessanti. Per esempio, c'è stato anche un articolo che è pubblicato lì, e credo che non sia pubblicato altrove, di uno degli storici degli scacchi più importante e vivente, che è il professor Rosino da Venezia, che ha scritto proprio su Lasker, matematico e algebrista. Comunque lì ci saranno una ventina di pagine che sono a vostra disposizione, e praticamente è molto interessante. L'ultima cosa, poi lascio questo, va bene, è quello che naturalmente è stato un piacere che siate venuti qui, spero che vi troviate bene e che quindi, va bene, questo soggiorno a Marostica sia per voi una cosa di importanza rilevante. Ecco, ringrazio tutti. Qui abbiamo il presidente che bisogna ringraziare, perché il merito è lui, perché è lui il presidente della fondazione, che quando ho proposto questo, lui si è dimostrato di dire: dobbiamo trovare assolutamente libera quella data. E lui anche in questi giorni si è mosso tutto perché venga fatto tutto bene. Quindi lo ringraziamo, quindi un grazie particolare a Roberto, e dopo un grazie a tutti quelli che hanno contribuito, va bene, a fare in modo che tutto vada nel modo migliore. Bene, grazie a tutti.
So, dear members, maybe a super short summary. The president underlined that in Marostica it was also an important place because one of the publications from Jacobus de CH&LS is connected. We will have a interesting exhibition on the other side of the marketplace about chess books in Italy from the Middle Ages to the early New Ages. I will tell later about it. So there is quite a strong link, and we may even see a museum about chess in the coming years, as Roberto Krauser told me. On the second point, Lasker lived in Marostica for a short time. There is an article in the publication the president just offered to me, and we will have to look at details, but it's another reason to come back. So if you want to go on the path of the great Emmanuel, you can also find it here. So with this, thank you again, President, and I would like to start now with the official program. As you know, we will have 2 lectures first, then the dinner, and afterwards another 2 lectures, and finally I think at the very end we could have so to say, a nice picture in this room all together, and in between we will have our general assembly where we will talk about internal issues of the society. So, with this in mind, we can now start with the first lecture, and it gives me a great pleasure to welcome Privatdozent Dr. Björn Reich, so a German professor. He is a Germanist, so an expert on the development of German language and culture. He has been writing his Habilitation, so his professor ship book about the role of games in Middle Ages, including chess, and he has kindly agreed to tell us what chess meant in the educational system, if I may so, in the Middle Ages, from a noble game more widespread. And Dr. Björn Reich has prepared his lecture in PowerPoint, and I now would like to invite you to take the floor and give him a great welcome.
Thank you so much. It's a great honor for me to be allowed to speak here today. As you have heard, actually I work as a Germanist, and as you can unfortunately hear, I'm not used to presenting in English. But I hope very much that I'm not used to presenting in English. But I hope very much to express myself in an understandable way. My research focuses on the history of games in the Middle Ages and the early modern period. And as you heard in my habilitation, I mainly dealt with the use of games in moral education. And it will hardly surprise you that chess plays a key role in this. Today, I would like to give a brief overview, and of course, I am a little afraid to do so, for when I usually report on this to my colleagues in the German studies, I know that I can assume little prior knowledge. Here in the company of so many people who are interested in the history of chess and who certainly know some things more precisely than I do, things are of course different. Nevertheless, I would like to maintain the character of an overview and hope that it will be an entertaining and not too redundant lecture for you. I start in the year 1463, 1 year before his death. Nicholas of Cusa completed his little treatise, De Ludo Globi, about the Globus game, in which he introduced the globe game he had developed. It is an educational game in which an unevenly shaped ball must be thrown onto a circular playing field, and it is intended to symbolize the approach to God. In a dialogue scene at the very beginning of the text, Nicholas talks in general terms about the benefits of games and places his game in a row with other didactically useful games. You can follow the Latin text, but I just read here the English translation. Here, the cardinal, who is Nicholas of Cusa, says your move is not bad at all. Some sciences have their instruments and games, arithmetic, the rhythmomachia, music, the monochord. Even the game of chess is not without the secret of moral teaching. Game of chess is here focused on its moral implications, and Nicholas' opinion is not isolated. Probably no other game implications, and Nicholas' opinion is not isolated. Probably no other game is so strongly associated with education and character building as chess at the time, and I would like to explain briefly below how this came about. The game of chess spread throughout the European Middle Ages from the 10th century onwards and was probably a phenomenon that transcended all social classes. It was played in inns as well as in monasteries. And yet, it was above all the nobility who made chess their game. As early as the 11th century, Petrus Alfonsi, the personal physician of King Alfonso VI of Castile, drew up a catalogue of basic noble skills in his Disciplina Clericalis. In addition to riding, boxing, archery, hunting, and fishing, poetry and chess are among these 7 probitates. These 7 disciplines became soon decisive for the education of young nobles. Chess is taught every young nobleman and noblewoman in the early years. Every noble should play chess. It's very important. Why the game of chess was given such great importance is not explained in more detail here. However, due to the fact that chess does not depend on luck, but only on the player's intellect, it is accorded a special status, and so it is first generally regarded as a game that exercises the powers of intellect and strategic abilities. In addition, and here the area of moral development is considered for the first time, chess is suitable for practicing self-discipline and self-criticism. For precisely because the game is not dependent on luck, the player cannot blame a lost game on chance or an adverse fate. And self-discipline, however, forms one of the foundations of noble education. For only those who are able to control themselves perfectly should also rule over others. In addition to that, chess serves as a visual object in which the pieces on the board reflect social conditions. In the Arabelle, a heroic epic written around 1260, the hero Wilhelm is imprisoned by the Saracens. There he plays chess daily with the title heroine Arabelle and uses the game to educate her to the true faith. The starting point for his religious ethical instruction is the reference to the chess pieces covering and supporting each other. Likewise, the believing Christian is supported by the saints in heaven. Whereby the individual pieces are not given any further elaboration here, at least the queen is identified with Mary, the queen of heaven. The Middle High German text, I also give here the translation. Beloved, look how the pawns precede the king, then the knights follow in a wide arc, then the old men, the judges, the bishops, who are wise. These are followed by the queen. The rooks symbolize the power of God. The pieces I have listed stand bravely in the service of the king. Full of zeal, they protect each other, and in this they express their high goodness as they oppose the enemies. In every position and in every treacherous attack, they stand by the king and the queen. Thus, one becomes free of all worries in the hereafter, for whoever asks this sweetness, the Virgin Mary, for help, his love and desire is so loved by her and also by him who chose her out of love because she never lost her virginity. Of course, this is not a systematic teaching. Nevertheless, the verses show how the chessboard was used early on in the aristocratic world to illustrate teaching content. From the 10th century onwards, a whole series of small Latin chess poems, like the Elegia de Ludus Cacorum or the Versus de Scacis, appeared. These texts are not overly detailed, Presumably, they served to convey the basic rules of chess, especially the movement of the pieces. A moral interpretation is usually missing. This is different in the Quaedam Moralitas des Cacario, or shortly the Moralitas, which already bears its moral didactical aim in its title. It was written in the 13th century, nearly at the same time as the Arabelle we saw at the moment. And it was attributed to both John Galensis or Pope Innocent III. Here, the various figures represent different states, and the possibilities of moving are directly related to them. The rook, for example, symbolizes the judge, and its straight line his duty to act justly and straightforwardly. The rook is the judge who drafts over the whole territory in a straight line as a sign that he sets everything right and gives justice without exception, undiluted by gifts. Yeah. The interpretations are inconsistent. The move does not always represent a positive quality. The fact that the bishop always jumps into the third square symbolizes the dependence on hate, love, and on favors. Yeah. The Alfini are bishops. These bishops run obliquely and pass 3 points in the move straight away, for all prelates are ruined by hatred, love, and bribery favor, so that they do not improve sinners and bark against their faults, but rather encourage them in their sins by annual interest. In the first case, the move is thus an expression of a positively understood target state. The judge should judge straightforwardly. In the other, an expression of an inadequate actual state. The bishop is a blazing of his sins. A systematic doctrine is not found in the Moralitas. Yet, here the game of chess becomes an instrument for imparting fundamental ethical knowledge. Firmly linked to this is social criticism, whereby the author denounces above all that those in power all too often abuse the power. The chessboard symbolizes the world. Just the mundus est totus quodams cacarium est. The whole world is a chess game, chessboard. But this world is unfortunately corrupt. Only the individual is able to save a soul, because the world itself remains trapped in black and white. Accordingly, the black and white fields of the board symbolize life and death, mercy and guilt. Unjust and bifurcated world hierarchy is contrasted with a state in which all people are equal. At the beginning of the game, the pieces would be drawn at random from the maternal pouch, the sacula materno, the bag. And only through their position on the board do they gain their specific function. Here, the allegorical comparison is somewhat misleading, because even in the storage bag, the pieces do not lose their specific form. But at the same time, the storage bag represents the afterlife into which people move after their death, just as the beaten pieces are cleaned up again. And here, the situation is reversed, because the heavy and the larger figures, the king, the queen, the rooks, according to the poet, end up much more frequently at the bottom of the bag. And it often happens that the chess family is put back in the little bag, the king is placed at the bottom and put back, just as almost all the mighty are placed at the bottom in the transition of this age, namely buried in hell, but the poor are brought into Abraham's bosom. This social criticism with the metaphor of the playback as a place for the hereafter, an image has been found that reaches far beyond this text, far beyond the Moralitas. It is included in numerous other texts. For example, just one of thousands of examples, the German mystic Hermann of Fritzlar, who died after 1349, takes up the metaphor. Here, Middle High German text again. A master compares this world to a chessboard. There are kings and queens on it, judges, squires, and pawns. They play with it. When they are tired of playing, they put one and the other into a bag. And death does the same. It throws everyone into the ground. So who is the rich or the poor? Who the pope or the king? Look at the bones. Often the servant is placed over the master, and so they lie in the ossuary. With Hermann here, hell no longer plays a role here. Here is death personified, which takes people from the world like a chess player clears the pieces. Although it is said here at the end that the servant in the ossuary comes to lie above the master, Hermann is not concerned with a kind of retribution. The dead man in the ossuary has no disadvantage or advantage because he lies below or up. They are all equal. That's the point here for Hermann. He is more concerned with the general idea of transiens vanitas, all people are equal before the death. The Gesta Romanorum takes up this bag metaphor again. It is one of the most important collections of example stories, and it was written sometime at the beginning of the 14th century. The number of examples varies in the different manuscripts. The most comprehensive versions contain over 240 short stories. These are not always Roman deeds, as the title would indicate. There is Greek or biblical material also found in the text. At least in the Latin versions of the Gesta Romanorum, there is also a chapter entitled De Ludos Cacorum. The structure is somewhat similar to the Moralitas. First, the movement of the pieces is described and then interpreted in detail. Because my next quotation is quite long, I have exceptionally dispensed with the Latin text here. It's just an example here, the movement of the pawns. The fourth class is made up of the pawns, all of which are only allowed to take a single step forward at a time. They may, it is true, advance from the square on which they are initially placed to the next square but one, because they are, as it were, still safely within the king's territory. But when they have strayed beyond its bounds, they are content with a single step, always going straight ahead and never turning back, that they may seek by their march and valor what the officers by virtue of their dignity possess from the first. When, with the support of the bishops and other officers, they have reached the enemy officers' line, they conquer by their bravery the prerogative which is granted only to the queen. It must be known, however, that although the pawns march straight forward, if they meet an enemy officer or pawn, they can catch and strike him at an angle. They can catch and strike him at an angle from the right or left. Otherwise, the pawn never goes forward outside a straight line to the right or left unless he has acquired the dignity of a queen. Even the short excerpt from the text shows that the rules are set out here in much more detail than in the previous texts. And the interpretation is also more complex here. These pawns denote people of various ranks and sexes, between whom kings, princes, nobles, and other nobles stand to rule and make them perfect. But if these do not perform their duties according to law and reason, they forfeit the privilege of nobility and enter into the position and status of peasants. For we are all born and begotten of one father, Adam, and only those who distinguished themselves by virtue have rightly received the name kings and nobles. But if the pawns, that is, the common people, live according to the counsels of their wise confessors, or by the commandments of the church, and thereby lead a right and upright life, they will justly attain the title of holy kings in the kingdom of heaven on account of their perfect lives. Let no one therefore despise the peasants, for we read that they attained to dominion and papal dignity when they were full of privileges and graces. As you can see, again, social criticism comes to the fore, which in chess remains inseparably linked to the teaching. Even class boundaries are leveled. When the pawns move to the opposite end of the tech board is interpreted as a possible social advancement, through which it could even attain lordship and papal dignity. In view of the fact that in chess at that time the pawn could only be transformed into a queen, which was still limited to a single diagonal move, this is an even more far-reaching interpretation. At the same time, the Gesta poet points out that all men are descended from Adam, and that even the rich and powerful can lose their privileges through a bad way of life. This interpretation no longer has a counterpart on the board. The reader identifies more strongly with the chess pieces than in the previous texts. When interpreting the knight, for example, it says, "My dearest, when the knights go into battle and seek a place to find, they should fight valiantly and bravely, surround their king like a wall and protect him. We are all fighters and must fight against the devil on the battlefield of this world and defend our king, that is our soul. For our adversary is strong when he tries all kinds of wickedness and inspires unlawful things in us, but weak when we really want to overcome him. As Paul says, bravely in faith we should resist him and not be afraid." Here, the chessboard is not only an image for social conditions, but also for the recipient's soul's life. So the confrontation on the board is reinterpreted as a kind of psychomachia, a battle of soul forces. It's not the horses, the knights are not only representing real knights. We are all knights who have to fight against the devil. The fact that the Gesta poet, by the way, sees that the pawns as a collective group for people of various rank and sexes indicates, by the way, that he was already familiar with the Liber de Moribus, written at almost the same time, probably the most influential chess treatise of the pre-modern era. We heard the name at the beginning here for the introduction. We can come to Jacobus de Kesselis, Jacob of the Soul, and his far-reaching text. Until the year 1300, chess certainly did not play a formative role in model education. And this changed now with the Liber de Moribus by the Dominican preacher Jacob of the Soul. No other book in the whole Middle Ages had a similar impact. It has been handed down in over 250 Latin manuscripts. That means only the Bible has had an even wider circulation. And as if that were not enough, the Liber de Moribus was translated into almost all European vernacular languages. There are translations into Swedish, Danish, Czech, Italian, French, Spanish, Catalan, Dutch. The English version by William Caxton became one of the first printed books in England, and in Germany, 5 different translations in verse and prose were produced independently of each other in the 14th century alone. Manuscripts are found in monastic libraries of every order, but also in the private possession of nobles or among the book collections of wealthy patricians. This shows that the game of chess and its interpretation were popular among all strata of the population. And even in the 15th century, when many other games were criticized and sanctioned, the Liber de Moribus remained the most popular text. Its effectiveness is thus not only a sign of the great pre-modern interest in playful pedagogy, but also of the esteem in which chess was held. When Nicholas of Cusa, you remember, mentions chess as the game of moral education, he is most certainly referring to the work of Jacob of the Soul. Sometimes one can read in the research literature that the Liber de Moribus is a simple allegory of estates, but far from that. In 4 books, Jacob uses the game of chess and its history to convey a highly complex and thoroughly multi-layered teaching. First, he tells of the origin of the game. Babylon is ruled by the evil king, evil Merodach, a son of the more famous Nebuchadnezzar, because he does not son of the more famous Nebuchadnezzar, because he does not want to be taught by anyone and immediately executes all of his teachers and advisors who criticize him. The people turn in their distress to the wise Xerxes Philometor. That is probably the Persian scholar Sissa ben Dahir. And Xerxes invents the game of chess and plays it at the court. And when King Evil Merodach sees the game, he also wants to learn it, and then his purification process begins. There's a lot of illustrations of this can be found in the medieval manuscripts. The learning effect takes place on different levels. First, Evil Merodach simply learns to stick to rules. This first and fundamental step towards self-discipline is also promoted by the fact that chess, through its symmetry and diagrammatics, promotes the harmonization of the soul. Playing itself is thus already a part of the learning process. And even without further elaborated teaching content, chess proves to be an instrument for regulating the soul's forces. For Jacob, the game of chess not only exercises the mind and intellectual powers, but also has a positive influence on the overall harmony of the soul. Beyond this, however, Jacob ties an extensive allegory of estates to the pieces by assigning each one a profession. The noble figures represent the upper classes, king, queen, judge, knight, and governor, while the pawns denote various craftsmen. Also, many illustrations of this can be found. Here, for the first time, each pawn represents a separate profession, starting with the farmer, the blacksmith, wool weaver, to the merchant or messenger. As a result, the game of chess becomes less a symbol of the whole world than a cross-section of a city or an empire population. And Evil Merodach, the king, learns in this way that while the king is the most important piece on the board, he is ultimately helpless without his subjects. Indeed, that even the simplest pawn may be necessary in order not to lose the kingdom or the game. And this is further developed in the fourth part of the book, when the initial moves of the pieces are interpreted. For example, the knight on the right may jump in front of the farmer in his first move because it is the knight's task to protect the food supply, or he may jump in front of the blacksmith because he receives his equipment from him. And with this close interconnectedness of all the pieces, the game of chess becomes the most important political metaphor of the time, replacing the widely used body metaphor with the ruler as the head of the body of state. A further doctrinal level is then opened up by assigning a set of virtues to each figure. A real doctrine of status does not develop from this in Jacob's book, for the virtues are rather general and quite interchangeable. Some virtues appear several times. For example, loyalty is mentioned as a necessary quality of the blacksmith, the merchant, and the doctor, and thus strengthen the character links. The virtues are exemplified in over 100 short stories. These can be memorized through the chessboard and recalled at any time. The chessboard serves as a kind of memory palace that keeps the teaching alive, which is conveyed in the stories. In this way, the Liber de Moribus offers a multi-layer teaching model in which the interpretation of the game and playing the game go hand in hand. Influence of Jacob of the Soul is so great that chess does not shed its moral didactic impetus for a long time. Apart from collections of problem sets, almost every chess book for the next 300 years is more or less dependent on the Liber de Moribus. At first, as I said, a large number of translations are produced. One of the most important is the Schachzabelbuch of Konrad of Ammenhausen, who translated the manageable text into 19,336 verses, and in doing so not only expands the stock of examples, but states theory as by adding new occupational groups, regardless of the fact that there are, after all, only 8 pawns. What is interesting here is that Konrad connects the reading of the example stories even stronger with playing chess. For just as playing already achieves a betterment effect, so do the stories. Whoever virtuously hears this booklet and remembers it will improve himself in many ways. Again and again, therefore, the simple reading and memorative internalization of what is heard is demanded. The basis for improvement is not direct instruction, direct teaching, but hearing the stories. Reading and playing chess thus have a primary ameliorative power that can be secondarily amplified by interpretation of the stories or the game. Dependent on this big text, it's nearly 20,000 verses, is Jacob Mendel's Schachtabelspiel, a text of just 586 verses. Mendel has deleted the entire doctrine of virtue with all the examples. He confines himself almost exclusively to the presentation of the movement of the chess pieces, and though his little booklet has often been classified as one of the first German chess rulebooks. However, even Mendel's work is not entirely without morals. In the preface, it is emphasized. Now, since the entertainment of the most famous game of chess, which is in every way enjoyable, useful, and esteemed as honorable, understands that in doing so, the prudence of the human intellect finds itself sharpened. It prevents many vices, but gives birth to great education and virtues which are in accordance with all honesty. The game of chess is fun, but also useful. The reason for this is not only the hidden meaning. No. This quotation is missing, not very important. The reason for this is not only the hidden meaning of the game, which the text does not elaborate on, but also, again, its harmony, which leads to each player finding the right measure within himself. And the measure, this is an Aristotelian idea, forms the basis of every virtue. One last example should be mentioned briefly. The great chess book of Gustavus Silenus from 1616, as only conditionally independent translation of the Libro de la Invención by Ruy López, which already appeared in 1561. Here, a paradigm shift has indeed taken place. Silenus still knows Jacob's work, also in the German version by Konrad of Ammenhausen, and he even mentions the estate's interpretation of the pawns, but he also distances himself from it. The game now no longer serves as an allegory of an urban population, but becomes a war game again. Silenus focuses much more on the rules anyway and mentions the new moves, the castling, the touch move rule, and so on. And yet, above all, the material of the game has its foundation in ethics, in moral politics. Foremost, however, the matter of the game, has its foundation in ethics and moral politics here. Several times, Silenus compares chess with music. Both have their common basis in harmonious relationships. And as with Mendel, then a comprehensive allegorization is not at all necessary because chess leads man to the good by its harmony alone. And until well into the 17th century, the game of chess was not only valued for its ability to sharpen the mind, but also for its immediate harmonizing effect on the soul. Let me do a little advertising at the end. Many of the texts I have talked about today are still not available in modern editions. At least in Germany, there is no separate department of board game research. And that's why I founded a series of editions with a colleague who is just as enthusiastic about gaming as myself, which has set itself the task of making historical game books accessible again, to provide them with easily readable translations and to reapprise the history of games through detailed commentaries. What has been done for chess, at least by chess historians, is still missing for many other games. Our series, the Ludica, which is to bring together texts from the 9th to the 18th century, is not only aimed at chess texts. Editions of card and dice books have already been published. So look to books. Late medieval tennis allegories, Go teachings, rule for whist and bridge, or explanations of billiards are also to appear. But nevertheless, the chess texts form the backbone of the series. Mike Klausnitzer is currently working on a new translation and commentary of Heinrich von Behring's chess book from 1330. At the same time, the Roman scholar Sophina Dembruck is preparing an edition of Jacob of Vignier's Jeu d'échecs moralis, the most influential French prose translation of the Liber de Moribus. And together with Louis Vestra, I myself have planned an edition of the early Latin chess treatises of which the Moralitas is one. I have to promote this little series a little bit, but I hope you'll forgive me for that, though that it might find a few buyers, at least among German participants, so that the publishing house will continue the series. Because we hope we can work up many more chess and other game books. And of course, we are always looking for more editors. I hope I have shown in my short overview how exciting game books are and how much they differ from each other. In any case, I thank you for your patience. Whether I could tell you anything interesting at all, I don't know. I hope so. But I'm very grateful that you have given me the opportunity to present the small overview. Thank you very much.
Dear Dr. Reich, dear Björn, this was a fascinating speech, and I can only congratulate you also for your excellent English. And let's not hope that we will be put into the box too soon. I will now open the discussion. As we have participants online, I think it's easiest if you have a question, please come here, use the micro, that the participants online can also hear it. And then Björn is certainly about to answer. I would like to start with one question first, and on the German sources, which I have not known, never seen translated from Old German. There was Mr. Mennel around 1500, who interestingly talked about you can enjoy famous chess games, which seems to indicate that there are some indeed known games which basically can be called master games or whatever. Can you explain a little bit more what he could have in mind? Because the new rules just came in. We have Lucena 1497, so all the other old games were more Arab games. I would be intrigued to know a little bit more what kind of renowned games he could have meant. And as I said, please, whoever wants to take the floor before, please come here, say briefly who you are, and then Björn will certainly reply. Please.
I try to answer the questions, but the problem is now my excellent English is not supported by the Google Translator. I hope you can understand me. What Mel mentions here is he doesn't elaborate on, but there are collections of famous chess. Games since the 11th century, mainly in the Arabic world, but also in Latin texts. Famous games. One of the most famous is the Dilaran story with the sacrifice of the two rooks. But there are famous games which are throughout the whole Middle Ages collected in manuscripts and played again and again. And I think this is what Manuel is referring to. Yes.
Short question. The short question was a very interesting presentation. Thank you for that. Talk a lot about the morality in the Middle Ages, as Jacob did. So my question is, are you aware of some texts on morality and chess in earlier writings? I mean, from the Arab world, from the Persian world? Does it exist, or is it not mentioned at all? And I know that there are some legends, etc. But on morality, are there some earlier texts than the Middle Ages? Or not? Just a question. Thank you.
I don't know exactly. If there are Arabic texts, I don't know really. In the European Middle Ages, there is nothing more earlier systematic. So there are always examples where the chessboard is used for. But systematic teaching, I don't know before these texts. But I can't read old Arabic, old Islamic language, and old Persian texts. I don't know if there could be moral teaching texts be found. But it's almost in the European Middle Ages, games play a big role in education from the beginning on. From the 8th century on, in the monasteries, games are used for teaching not only board games, even sports, but also dice games. And other board games, and this is an old tradition. Chess is the most important of it, but not the only one. I don't know if other outside the European world in this time, if the board games and the dice games have a similar impact. I don't know. It's really promoted by the monasteries and the abbots who see a big chance to support education through gaming. Since the 13th, 14th century, namely the Dominicans promote games in a very, very big way.
My name is Bob van der Velde. We know each other from internet and Lieve Vestra. Yes. I've just this question. You showed us that metaphor of ossuary, of a chess box in which were put the pieces at the end. That metaphor is also the one Omar Khayyam used in one of his quatrains.
Yes.
Did you find any reflection of Arabic or Arab or Persian literature about chess into the text in Latin and later on in the mother tongues of the writers in the Middle Ages and later?
In the early Latin texts, yes, there are reflections, and even this metaphor comes from the Persian tradition.
Yeah.
The later texts, since Jacob of Sassoul, just refer mostly to each other.
Yeah.
And now the Arabic tradition is not so important. That may be different. Problem is it's not easy in Germany to get the old texts in Italian and Spanish language.
Yeah.
Even if you couldn't speak Italian or Spanish, and there I would suppose is a bigger influence because the culture is more mixed up. In the early Latin text, there is an influence, but later it's
suppressed.
Not so, yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
So I don't see anyone from the floor anymore, but I would like to make a final observation, maybe a very subjective one. It seems to me that the morality has two angles. On the one hand, it tells the people, you have a certain place in society, and it is predefined. So there is no social mobility. If you are a peasant, you're a peasant. If you are a goldsmith, you're a goldsmith. And if you're the king, you're the king. So please stay where you are. Somehow conservative. At the same time, it also recalls that the peasant has dignity. And when he or she lives according to the rules, he or she can become a queen or go to heaven. So which is some sort of a respect. Yeah, respect for even the ordinary people, so to say. Yeah. So it has both conservative and also a recognition issue. But I would wonder whether there is a third element, maybe sometimes hidden, which could be, say, even a pawn can beat a king.
Yes.
Even the lower ones can set up a revolution if the king is unjust. So is there something even hidden on this part? Would be interesting as a final question, and then we can come to close.
That's very interesting because the Liber de Moribus of Jacob of Sassoul is a text that's in the first years is bound to the great Italian cities. And these cities didn't have an interest in the king. They are mainly autark. They ruled themselves, and they didn't want to have a king to rule over them. They were rich cities and with merchants, and this new political metaphor, the chessboard, where the king is just a weak figure, which hardly can walk across the field. This is a social criticism as well, and here the game of nobility is used for this. No? Chess was the game basic for the noble education, and now it's interpreted in a newly way, indicating that all social classes are important, and even if the pawn is still the pawn, the king cannot do many more on the board. That's very important. And And that's even very interesting that nearly all educational texts if they are noble texts or clerical texts, all time the chessboard is linked with social criticism. That's very important in this time. And this is even more important in the 15th, 16th century when the Queen's new movement came up. And the Queen, the only female figure on the board, now gets to be the strongest figure. And all those allegories and interpretations now have to deal with that the females are the strongest in the society. And they don't throw away these allegories, they just try to find new interpretations. And this is also very interesting because the social stance are always in movement, and the chessboard reflects this in a very visual way. I thank you very much. If you have further questions, feel free to write me or contact me in some way. I would be happy to discuss further questions with you. And I thank you so much that I could speak here today. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we will now make a short coffee break, and we start sharp 11:15 also for those online. Thank you.
Oui, c'est la question que c'est quoi le prochain?
That's what they talked about. Oh, yeah, that's it. Is it possible?
Je regarde. Je ne connais pas cette version de... Enfin, je vais trouver. Hein, comment faire pour l'avoir en plein écran?
Yes.
It would be helpful to use the presentation mode. Because everything would be
in full screen.
yeah.
You know how to proceed?
This seems to be a new version of PowerPoint. I'm not an expert in this, but in the old version it was F5 for the presentation.
I like to have the whole screen for the dia. Not the whole screen. Not with the next dia. Eh? You understand, Andrea? You are a specialist. Tout visual.
And if you try one of the icons,
Yes.
J'ai essayé.
Yes.
No.
No, no. No.
What's that? Impostazioni di visualizzazione.
Mais comme on cherche à voir comment l'avoir en plein écran.
Ah oui.
Ça cherche un nom.
Präsentationsmodus einzustellen, damit das so klein ist.
Just écran normally. But anyway, we first have Lasker.
C'est possible. Oui, 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 ok. Ben, je cherche juste un critère inverseur. Je vais chercher.
No, start again. No, just start again, and then from the normal mode.
Yes, that's.
F5, but I press F5. Okay, we try. Okay, now.
F5 or Shift F5?
Or try one of these icons here.
F5, it's.
No. Go back. Go back to the previous view.
Je comprends pas pourquoi il n'y a pas en plein écran.
And try. There are some small icons.
This one?
Yeah.
Yes, but this one.
And the left. No. And the other ones?
This one?
Yeah, try.
Ah,
That's it.
okay, then
Okay, that's then we have okay. Très bien.
On y arrive.
Yes, because, yeah, parce que je pense que c'est mieux pour voir
Oui,
les détails.
oui, j'ai fait là-bas. Ah bah,
So let's resume the deliberations and go to the second topic. It was planned that Guy van Herpenay will speak about Laskar's difficult journey after the First World War. He apologizes that he could not come. He apologizes that he could not come for a family-related reason. And I have therefore offered to take over with the help of two main sources, namely the third volume of the Lasker monography from Michael Legere, Raiti Spirik, and Richard Forster, and also monography from Michael Legere, Raiti Spirik, and Richard Forster, and also some help of Guy himself. So the topic is the significance of politics, philosophy, and chess publications in Lasker's life. Accordingly, I will speak about those subjects one by one, and then offer a somehow personal conclusion. So let's just put ourselves back in 1914. So before the start of the First World War, when the chess elite had just met in St. Petersburg, 1914, a very important tournament with the invitation policy that only those who have won an international tournament of a certain renommee would be invited, and with a also peculiar system, namely that you had a preliminary round, and afterwards the 5 best of the preliminary round would qualify to the final round, but the points of the preliminary round would stay. And in that tournament, Lasker in the beginning was not so, how to say, strong. He was clearly behind Capablanca, but made it to the final. And in the finals, when only Lasker, Capablanca, Alekhine, Tarrasch, and Marshall were the last 5, then he all of a sudden played a class on his own, bet his closest rivals, including in a super famous game against Capablanca. And after the tournament, there was even the reconciliation between Lasker and Capablanca with the shake hand and the dinners and so on. So in 1914 in St. Petersburg, it seems everything was super for him. He was number one. In social terms, the conflict with Capablanca had been healed, and one would have thought that this cannot be any better. However, just 5 years later, in 21, he lost against Kappa, the world championship title, 4-0, unheard of. He didn't win a single game. And he reduced also his chess activities. It was not seen in tournaments anymore. And the question is therefore, what happened? Yeah, how come that from the clear uncontested number one, basically to the sidelines in just such a few years? And that is a bit the idea of a start. And I will then also talk about the last decades of his life. So, just mentioned the trilogy, the third volume also gives interesting ideas, which means that his life was influenced by politics, and he also had some sort of an idea to impress in philosophy. So chess was then not only the main center of interest, but it didn't last too long. He also came back to chess and wrote then in 26 the Lehrbuch. So let's go into the details. And as I said, I'm grateful to Guy van Herrene to have offered me some additional insights. Before the war, he was a polyglot. His career started in the UK. When he became a world champion, he moved to the United States. He had the Lascaux magazine there published. And then 1908, he came back to Germany, defended his title against Tarrasch and also against Schlechter, but very narrowly. You know, it was a drawn match, and therefore he kept his title. And when the war broke out, he was settled therefore in Germany, lived in Berlin, and nearby Berlin he had a very nice summer house in Tyrol. Here you see a raw picture with his wife and a dog in the middle. The Lascaux didn't have children, but they enjoyed family life nevertheless, because his wife had a lot of relatives also, and she was married first time. And so there was a family-minded couple without own children. And then during the war, Lascaux wrote something like 10 articles in a newspaper called the Vossische Zeitung. I had a little bit of an exchange with Rai Tischpirik about it, how to qualify the Vossische Zeitung. Was it conservative or something else? And well, for the times, we can say probably it was national liberal. Yeah, so liberal-minded in general, but still famously, you know the speech of the Kaiser before the Bundestag. And now I'm not looking at any political parties anymore. I'm only looking at Germans. Yeah? So it was a clear rally against the national idea. To support the war was mainstream in German society. And in those 10 articles on the Vossische Zeitung, when one studies them, one is a bit surprised about the contents. And I have examples here. So he not only writes that the Germans are superior and will win the war, but also that some other nations are inferior. And so England is a nation of businessmen looking for short-term profit only, and one can easily beat them, like in chess. Okay, let's be hopeful that he would never become a general. She wasn't. But in any way, I mean, these kind of comparisons are clearly a bit unreasonable. For France, he mentioned that Frenchmen have an aesthetic ideal and are somehow brilliant, but they are endowed with little pragmatism and have built only little political progress, which is surprising because the French Revolution of 1789 was the major progress, I think, for entire Europe, if not the world. And to simply ignore that is a bit, I'd say, cited. And for Belgium, which is, as you know, in military terms, important in the war. He mentioned that his the German's presence and the occupation will be beneficial for Belgium. It will bring more roads and hospitals and German civilization to the country. So a chauvinistic kind of statement. And not only those articles, but also his lectures during the time are noteworthy. And here you have an interesting, how to say, publicity in a journal. He talks about allgemeine Strategie in Spiel, Krieg und Daseinskampf. Yeah? So in game, war, and the everyday's battle. Yeah. So again, he tries to make some connections, and maybe the public was interested in that, but it shows the general idea that one of the notions he liked to look at was Kampf, yeah? Fight, battle was something he was really struggle in English. Yeah. Voila. And struggle in English. Yeah. Voila. And so all those articles were somehow, of course, for the German public, but they did not go unnoticed. So Guy told me that you can find a translation of them in La Stratégie 1915. And there is a commentary, so people got worried. What about the world chess champion? What's he writing there? And after the World War, he was not invited to the first big tournament in London, the Victories tournament. And also 3 years later, London 1922, when Kappa was already world champion, no Lasker, and it was clear that in the Anglo-American world, this didn't go down well. So he preferred to stay in neutral countries. So he made a tour to Switzerland, Denmark, and Holland, which then became somehow of his second home. And if you want to know details about Lasker in Holland, just read the brilliant article from Bob in Lasker 2 volume with all the details, how and what he did there. And he also confessed that he liked Holland a lot. He felt this is a country to which he can somehow relate to. Pragmatic, liberal, open. He felt very well in Holland. The United States initially denied a visa for his travel to the World Championship. He wanted to go via New York to Havana, and that didn't fly. Only when the state secretary, who was a chess-playing person, told the immigration officer, now you issue for the World Champion to go there. Only then it would work, but in the meantime he had arranged differently. So he went to Havana in a different route. And then, as I just told you, that the match in Havana was a disaster for him in chess terms. Payback came with the Meerdersch Ostrau in Czechoslovakia, 1923. And I would say the big breakthrough was New York 24. So the Americans lifted more or less the international Anglo-American isolation and invited him, and he won. It was his biggest success. The reigning world champion didn't do it. He also kept Alukin in check. And there was only one problem, which had nothing to do with politics anymore, and that was the clock incident. Clock incident for the lovers of the game is that in in a certain very debated situation, the clock didn't go on, and he lost important thinking time. And later complained to the tournament director and said there was a defect of the clock. I should have, I should get back minutes on the clock, and Mr. Lederer did do it. And when the tournament was over, then Lasker formally complained to the board of the tournament, where Mr. Lederer was part of, and made a big fuss about it. Also complaining about the invitation, that he was a former world champion, he should have been invited more in advance and should have get extra money and so on, so on. All kind of complaints. And Mr. Lederer, I would say, was not amused. The complaint was rejected formally by the board, and he was not invited anymore to 27. And this you can read in Richard Foster's excellent article also in Lasker too. So somehow he missed the chance to get socially rehabilitated, I would say. In 1925, in Moscow was another big success. Second place again ahead of Capablanca, and the winner was a newcomer on the block. Here on the picture, the man to the right, whom you know, I'm sure, Efim Bogolyubov. At the time, champion of the Soviet Union, #1 in Moscow, future hope, because Alechin was, of course, had fled the Soviet Union, was a staunch anti-communist, and the Soviet regime was very hostile towards him, but Bogolyubov, 25, was still regarded as the hope. And so that was great for Lasker, but with the non-invitation 27 and so on, he couldn't continue this great sequence. And he turned into an arbiter in the Alechin-Bogolyubov match, 29, and here have you a picture of Café König in Berlin. And then in the 1930s, again, politics pay its tolls. He was a respected chess master, but as a Jew, he felt the anti-Semitism growing every day. There are letters, he told me, to Edward Lasker, who already complained before the rise of the Nazi Party about this. And when the Nazis got stronger and stronger, Lasker's absence became longer and longer. So he was already away often before 1933, but afterwards he decided not to come back. And he is in Holland and in the UK, and he doesn't live in very good circumstances. There's a little detail which he has a rent in a little place somewhere in the suburb of London, and he tries to earn some money. It's not great in 34 to be an emigre and the former world champion in London. He's also less successful in Zurich, 34, and the Nazis confiscate his house. And yeah, what is the solution? Luckily for him, he had a fan in Moscow, and the fan is the person here on the picture to the left. And that is Krylenko, Justice Commissioner in Soviet parlance, also a chess fan. And he bore the idea, let's get Lasker into the Soviet Union. He talked to him and said, I can offer you that you come with your wife, we'll give you a nice apartment in Moscow, we will also give you a stipend, so and monthly money. And the only thing you have to do is to be a chess teacher for our younger Soviet talents. And that was an offer he could not refuse. Interestingly is that Krylenko wrote a note to Stalin himself, from comrade to comrade, and suggested that. and Stalin agreed in principle. And so the Lascars were allowed to come to Moscow, which gives him a big boost. He participates in also Moscow 36 and goes to Nottingham 36, his last big tournament where he plays under the Soviet flag. And there is a little anecdote that when Lasker played a Western opponent, he went to the hotel room of Botvinnik and said, Mikhail, should I play for a win? Should I do my utmost to win? And then Botvinnik said, Dr. Lasker, it's enough if you just make a draw. Yeah, which tells you something, namely that the Soviets had to help themselves already at the time, and at the same time that Botvinnik was not so convinced that Lasker was still, how to say, strong enough to beat the others. So life in Moscow is agreeable. He receives a lot of chess players at home, and he also writes a novel. And the novel is How Vanya Became a Master, in German, Wie Vanya Meister wurde. Here is a copy of the book in German, published by Reite Spirek only recently. And it contains the story of a young boy learning chess and so on, and there are some others. And it resembles his life. There is some twist against Tarash in it, because the boy who is stronger than the other one follows his own creativity and intuition, where the other only plays according to the rules and tries to memorize. So there are some twists in it, which you can see as a little anti-Tarash publication. But the interesting thing is the book is not published in the Soviet Union. And so why? I mean, he was comfortable there. He was invited by the highest minister and Stalin himself. So was it because of the content? Was there something in it which the Soviets didn't like? Let's see. So I have here a quote in German. Der Schachspieler, welcher einen Plan fasst, in dem den eigenen Figuren eine Aufgabe zufällt, während die Feindlichen stören, erhofft von jeder seiner Figuren einen Dienst und sieht die gegnerischen wie feindliche Mächte an. Der Kampf zweier Mächte gegeneinander ist zwar nicht das Leben, aber die Essenz. So in English, you have the two chess armies who fight against each other, and this fight is not life itself, but resembles life. Yeah, we just heard it in the Middle Ages. We have already the sentence. Yeah, chess is like life. He said it's the essence. And then his counterpart, a certain Petya, says, yeah, but even more correct, Charles Darwin has said, the struggle will enable certain talents which have been dormant and only by struggle get to the light. So Darwin, and then comes his wife. Ja. Mit euch Schachspielern, sagte meine Frau, kann man einfach nicht reden. Wenn ich mir ausmalen will, wie ein Mensch lebt und handelt, so lese ich die Biografie von Puschkin oder Lenin oder Napoleon oder einen guten Roman oder gehe ins Theater. Ihr Schachspieler seid so weltfremd wie gute Kinder, die man an die Hand nehmen muss. So his wife comes in and says all those examples are just useless nonsense. You better read a biography of Lenin, Pushkin or Napoleon or go to the theater. But all those kinds of images don't make any sense. So there you see a little bit in the what his thoughts are. He himself is on the line. Yeah, chess is like life struggle and so on, and Charles Darwin. But maybe it's totally wrong because non-chess playing people like his wife totally disagree. But is this a reason for not publishing the book? Well, at first sight, I think this is all politically correct. I mean, Darwin, Pushkin, Lenin can be quoted. No, it's not real problem. But the real reason may be a different one. The Lascars left Moscow in October 37, so when the manuscript was ready and handed in, and for the United States to visit the granddaughter, Lina Danilos, in Chicago, so from the line of his wife, and they never returned. And he died in New York in 1941. So the question of publication came up when he was already absent from the Soviet Union, never came back. And then the manuscript was given later on to Botvinnik, and Botvinnik wrote a little opinion about it in 1938. And he was not amused that Lasker has disappeared, apparently. And then he briefly said, well, the book is not very great. It is typical bourgeois thinking. And he advised against publication. And of course, the question is, why did they not come back? That is a little bit of a contested issue. Some say, well, it was really for family reasons, and when they were in the US, they decided simply to stay there, that his wife impressed on him. Others say, no, it was a deliberate refuge. He became more and more uncomfortable in Moscow, seeing the great prosecution. Some of his chess-playing friends disappeared. And he may even have had a little hint from Krylenko himself, that times get tough, that he could be charged to be a German spy, and that it would be better to leave the scene. I cannot authoritatively say how strong this is. Mr. Voronkin makes the point. There are some other quotes from Bohad Tirchuk, whom you know was a Ukrainian master who fought the Soviets in the Second World War and on the side of the Ukrainian nationalist forces. So Bohad Tirchuk also thinks that Lasker knew very well the politics and followed it, and therefore decided to go. But he himself never even left a little hint on it. Not in his letters, not in public, nothing. We don't know from him. But for Botvinnik, apparently it was sufficient to say we are not going to publish this book. It's of no value, and anyway, he is not a Soviet anymore. So, my conclusions on politics is the following. So, Lasker burned his fingers when taking pro-German political positions in public in the Vossische Zeitung. He was readmitted the Anglo-Saxon sphere in 1924 in New York and became again part of the chess world at large. After Hitler's seizure to power, he lived de facto as a refugee, finds shelter in Holland, UK, Soviet Union before turning to the US. So politics played a clear role in those choices. His own credo is not clearly defined, but we can discern them from the philosophical works written during this time, to which we now turn to. So, philosophy. Despite his success as a chess player and his dissertation in mathematics, Lasker thought of himself also as a philosopher. And his aim was to achieve recognition beyond his fame as a chess player. And we have three works to look at. That's the one thing, Kampf, struggle. And then two more larger monographs, Das Begreifen der Welt, the comprehension of the world, und Die Philosophie des Unvollendbar, philosophy of the unfinished. And just a question to you, what do you think, how many pages is the letter? Philosophy des Unvollendbar, just to give it an idea. How many pages would you write about such a topic?
Hundreds.
Hundreds? Okay, meaning? 600. Yeah? So for a German professor, a Habilitation, no? Yeah? Okay, so a really ambitious thing. Okay. Now, let's have a look at the struggle. I must confess I have not read the original, so I'm now referring by hearsay, by second sources. And the question here is, what is struggle and victory? Do they obey two laws that one can comprehend and formulate? And then he construes an ideal fighter, the Machaide, who is a very rational person and who only makes rational decisions according to the biggest utility. So what uses me most is the most rational, and that's the decision I have to take. No other considerations. So for the economist, this is a little bit like the Homo economicus, very rational person making his market choices. And he's inspired by Darwin. You saw the quote, Darwin. Yeah? So the idea is the more rational and pragmatic oriented the persons take their decisions, the more likely they win the struggle. A little bit like in evolution theory. Yeah. So it's the better, the more rational will win, and they will then be on top, and that is then the ideal persons, the Machaide. Okay, you can discuss this, but the problem is that he then applies this to almost every situation in life. So everything becomes a struggle. So now I'm sitting before you and I'm struggling with my fear to impress you. So I need to be very rational to calm down, and then the more I manage that, the better I win the struggle. Yeah, so a little bit of caricature, yeah, but it goes over the top. And therefore people are not too impressed, and in the philosophical world it is not appreciated. Then the second book, Das Begreifen der Welt, here it goes into idealism. He likes Schopenhauer, and there the questions are about, is there a difference between consciousness and representation? So what you are aware of and what the outer world is aware of. And he thinks that Descartes' word about cogito ergo sum is, incomplete. I wanted to say incomplete. We also need to know what the thinking is about. Not only that somebody is thinking, it's internally, but we need to know outside the external expression of that. And therefore he makes a lot of, attempts to define what are ideas as opposed to reality and what is causality. And apparently that is something which is a good idea, namely that there is not just one causal link which creates the other one, but there are always a flow or a chain of elements which create the next one. And that helps in discerning and to understand the world. But he further elaborates on this in 1919. Remember a time when he was not invited to chess tournaments anymore. So he wrote this big book on philosophy, his opus magnum. And there he brings in some mathematics and asks whether there are certain borders, Grenzgegenstände. And from mathematics, he says, look, if you have a series going down from 1 and you always half, it goes towards 0, but the 0 is the absolute border. The series will never jump over the 0, will never become -1. And he thinks, well, do these borders also exist in philosophical sense? And so some of philosophical issues are therefore completable, they have a border, and some are not. They go on and on and on. They are unfinished. And therefore, he comes up with an idea of the axiom of comprehension, how you can distinguish between the completable and the uncompletable. I leave it with you how practical this is. It's very philosophical. It's for the philosophers to understand whether it brings some added value to their science. But according to the writer in Lasker 3, the philosophers were not impressed either. So the main criticism is the following: say the writings were too abstract and guided by the idea to find always an all-encompassing axiom. Yeah, you have the magic formula which explains struggle, which explains the difference between the completable and the uncompletable, and so on. So always, this idea, and life is too complex for that. You cannot reduce this for these kind of simple axioms. And so therefore Sprenger, Baldauf disagree with the idea to unify concepts all the time. Moreover, he was not connected to the academic world. He ignored too many authorities. So easily in philosophy, professor would say, yeah, but you have overlooked David Hume, you have not quoted this and this and this. So in order to be a real academic, you need to deliver on this one. And so the recognition was very low. I think the top of the cherry was that his philosophy was once a subject in the University of Marburg, but otherwise it was ignored. So, as a self-taught philosopher, Lasker failed in this discipline, which probably hurt him deep inside. That's my conclusion. And let's go back 1919. He wanted to be a philosopher in the early 1920s. Didn't work. So probably it was one additional motivation to go back to chess. And here we are, chess teachings. Interestingly, one of his first books in chess teaching was Common Sense in Chess in the UK, published a series of lectures to the London chess community, published in English. And what I found out when I researched Belgian chess history, very interestingly, already 1901, it was translated into French in the Revue d'échecs of the Royal Chess Club in Brussels. So you see here on the very top, Common Sense in Chess, translation ou translation, traduction français par Lannoy du texte de Lasker. So the Belgians were very interested in it and provided a French translation. And he edited his own chess magazine, 1904, 1909. And he wrote sometimes tournament books, St. Petersburg, London. So he was already teaching chess for a certain degree. And interestingly, now in 1925, he expanded a version of the Common Sense, and in 1986 he published the Lehrbuch des Schachspiels. It's a unique contribution which explains Lasker's approach to chess in a comprehensive way. And what I like is clearly he emphasizes independent and critical thinking, which is echoed in the Vanya. Yeah? But you can really see this in the Lehrbuch as well. So that's maybe roughly, if you want to know details, read the article of Herbert Bastian in Lasker 3. So he thinks in openings that pawn moves must be effective, and there are some which are not effective. Distrust the pawn move, examine carefully its balance sheet. So he's not a fan of a3 and h3 on move 4, that's clearly. Develop knights before bishops and take control over the center, everything known. And very practically, in his career openings, he basically was the one who put the Evans Gambit to bed. So famously in 1896 in the St. Petersburg quadrangular tournament with Pillsbury, Steinitz and Chigorin, he refuted Chigorin's Evans Gambit a couple of times, and later on it disappeared from tournament. Steinitz and Chigorin, he refuted Chigorin's Evans Gambit a couple of times, and later on it disappeared from tournament play. And what was his main idea? Namely to give back the pawn with a positional advantage. Just tell white, okay, I give back the pawn on e5, but then you have a weakness on c3, and I win the endgame. And this is precisely what happened. And Chigorin was couldn't find a recipe for that. Combinational play, there is our friend Richard Reti, who complained about Lasker's style, psychological style, and there's also talk about bewitching the opponent, which is a bit going too far. But the worry is here that for some of them, he was very resourceful in the tactics and also on changing the dynamics of the game. And in his Lehrbuch, he explains a couple of patterns for different combinations. And one new pattern is the Desperado. So you basically want to put a piece on a particular square, but it is currently occupied by another piece. But if you move your piece to that square, it's so strong that you basically can move the other piece wherever you want. You get rid of it. You want to make it disappear. And therefore the desperado can do crazy things, because in reality it's just about to make it disappear. And therefore the desperado can do crazy things, because in reality it's just about freeing the square. And that he applied also in a famous Tarrasch game, and he then brought the theoretical underpinning for that. And so it's an interesting thing to work in patterns, and which probably was fairly progressive. And then comes the jewel of the book, according to Botvinnik, about positional play. He gives current examples of exploiting weaknesses, playing against bad pieces, pawn majorities, and so on. But there is a controversial point. Namely, he brings this in a historical overview and says, look, all this we owe to Steinitz. Steinitz is the founder of a positional school, a thinker worth of a seat in the halls of a university. You again see, he would have liked to be a teacher in university. He didn't manage in mathematics, he didn't manage in philosophy. And so for him, the crown of the thing is to be a teacher at university, and that he puts to Steinitz. He was worthy, a teacher at university, and then explains a little bit and brings this to Steinitz. He basically puts him on a pedestal, and reading it, I think it's clear, if somebody would have said this on him himself, that would be great. And already Cecil Purdy criticized this published as an Australian chess historian, and he said this is a great Steinitz hoax. Lasker goes over the top, he exaggerates, because if you look at Steinitz teachings, please tell me, where is it in comprehensive way? Where is this great positional school of thought in Steinitz writings? And if you read the book of Steinitz, The Modern Chess Instructor, it's about openings. It's not about middle game. And there is a section about the old and the modern school, trying to tell that Chigorin is the old school, he's modern school, yes. But it's not a comprehensive middle game treatise, not at all. So you have to look at some articles and some publications and chess annotations in his magazine, and there you find some wisdom, but it is not a comprehensive system at all. So Lasker makes out of pieces from Steinitz a system, which you can discuss. And therefore, Purdy says it's a great hoax. He formulated most of his principles himself, Lasker, and then attributes it to Steinitz. That's what Purdy says. Yours truly has looked at it as well, and it will be published in a book at McFarland next year. I'm somehow in the middle. I think Purdy is too harsh. There are principles from Steinitz, you can find them. There is also the idea of a new school and the old school. But the idea of the old school by Steinitz and Lasker, there I think is a big hole. The portrayal of the old school, Anderson, Murphy, Chigorin, is like, this was a bunch of tactical player, romantic player who like to take a risk to mate the king. But if you look into the games and also the more detail in what has happened between 1814 and 1880, it is not like this. You have very clear positional principles and theoretical works from Staunton. Harwitz wrote a Lehrbuch, 1862, with positional principles. Anderson wrote nothing much, but played positional games. Just to remember, Anderson versus Murphy, first A3 with white, Anderson, Murphy E5, Anderson C4. and it became the Sicilian defense by reversed colors in a very positional struggle. And Murphy had problems with that. Anderson was clearly on this side, was much stronger than Murphy. Yeah, so the idea that Anderson just attacked and so on is, I think, completely a misrepresentation. And Chigurin himself was more versatile than just romantic. He invented the King's Indian attack. And he also came up with the Chigurin defense at Ruy Lopez, which is a super solid defense for black. So my proposition is this romantic school is also an invention. It's basically not true. You have good attacking play and games which are very famous, but you cannot say that this was the prevalent, the main category of all this time. So therefore also putting the positional school in opposing to a non-existing romantic school is for me not convincing. Therefore conclusions, Lasker on chess, he writes in a clear and approachable manner. He also tries to get in his philosophical thoughts on struggle and as rules. And as a teacher, he opposes Tarrasch, but he usually does also the same. He's quite dogmatic. There are abstract principles, there are patterns, there's a teaching, So in a certain way, I think they both are important teachers of chess. And his view on chess history is useful but incomplete. Putting Steinitz on the positional throne, he implicitly defines his own place in chess history as only a stronger player could dethrone the positional pope, following universal rules of struggle. And that, of course, underestimates other factors such as age, health, motivation, emotions, and so on. So, overall conclusion, I'm coming to the end. Politics influenced Lasker's life significantly. He felt the consequences of his national writings, and even saying nationalist writings, during the First War. He fled Germany in the 1930s. He found a rather short-lived shelter in the Soviet Union, 35, 37, and he died in the US. As a philosopher, he failed. His writings were too cumbersome for popular reading and too self-taught to make it into the academic world. And his chess teachings stand out in quality and originality, while his Steinitz theory does not withstand modern scrutiny. I have here a picture of the Hanak biography, and you see there a little with a foreword from Professor Albert Einstein. So the Einstein wrote a little word in the beginning, and with that I would like to end here. So all in all, Lasker was probably the most intellectual and versatile of all world champions. Who else would have Albert Einstein to dedicate a foreword to his biography? And Einstein wrote in German, Emanuel Lasker war ohne Zweifel einer der interessantesten Menschen, die ich in meinen späten Jahren kennengelernt habe. Für mich hatte diese Persönlichkeit trotz ihrer im Grunde lebensbejahenden Einstellung eine tragische Note. Die ungeheure geistige Spannkraft, ohne welcher kein Schachspieler sein kann, war so mit dem Schachspiel verwoben, dass er den Geist dieses Spiels nie ganz loswerden konnte, auch wenn er sich mit philosophischen und menschlichen Problemen beschäftigt. So Einstein basically said, this was a super interesting man, a very great personality, but he was a little bit tragic. Because even when he looked at other topics, such as philosophy or human problems, he never got rid of thinking in chess terms. Maybe we can agree with Albert Einstein. Thank you very much for your attention. The floor is open for questions.
I'm Jurgen Stichter from Amsterdam, and I have a a postcard from Atkins about the manual, the translation. Well, he was in London in 34, and he discussed with Watts, the publisher, the new English translation edition of his Lehrbuch, which was already published by himself, translated by himself originally together with the Lehrbuch in American. And they discussed what he meant, and they couldn't understand what he meant. You say it's so clear, but I have a postcard from Atkins who got the text and sent it back and said, "I'm very sorry, I cannot be of any help." He really didn't understand it. So was he really so clear? And I still want to make an article about it, compare these different translations and see if we can really understand it.
Very interesting, Jürgen. Thank you for the question. When I meant it was clear, it was in pure chess terms. So for a chess player of a certain, I would say, knowledge, he could build on it. He could understand, okay, these are interesting additions. Whether for a non-chess player or somebody with basic knowledge, it would work. Most probably there is a problem, and in particular when it then translates into English, because he has sometimes these how to say, long kind of sentences, and by the way, this and that, and that makes it difficult. I would assume. But
I always say, I always have the idea that he talks like he is talking in the cafe to someone.
Yeah.
And then every time he makes different descriptions of what he wants to say, different.
Yeah. But indeed, English translation of the Lehrbuch was not possible.
Another note is that the Lehrbuch he also was translated in Russian, and during the publication already he sent the proofs to Marseilles. And Marseilles was also one that wrote him a letter to invite him to come to Moscow to do mathematical research, which he did. I found a typoscript of work he had done there, or was working on them. So,
okay. Very interesting. Thank you. No, Bob, please come to the micro.
Just a short remark. This discussion about Steinitz and the Romantics and all those misunderstandings, there's a new comprehensive literature about it, especially from Hendricks in his manual. He makes very clear the many misunderstandings Lasker created, and probably for the reasons you named. He needed some basic for his own position in the chess world. And that was when he mystificated the history before himself. I think that is with many clear games of Morphy, Anderson demonstrated in those books. And it's, in my opinion, very convincing.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. I can only recommend the book from Willy Hendricks about this topic on in New in Chess, where he indeed shows a lot of examples where there were much more advanced chess before Steinitz, and he comes to a similar conclusion that myself, and I have been in contact with him. We're just discussing the points. Yeah, please, Andreas.
Andreas Zaremba from Berlin. He said on one of his lasst slides that Lasker's life was heavily influenced by politics. And this is undoubtedly true, but I would put the emphasis a bit more on something that also resulted from politics, but which was a bit different. That was his economic situation. And that had, in my view, a much more direct influence
influence on his life because he was at least twice in his life in a very bad economical situation. The first time, because he was at least twice in his life in a very bad economical situation. The first time after the First World War, which had nothing to do with his political statements, but from his economical bad decisions. He had heavily invested in Kriegsanleihen. I don't know how to translate it. War bonds. Okay. And this is like investing in a company that goes bankrupt because your bonds have no worth after a lost war. And he was in a very, very bad economical situation. And interestingly, he did the same as he did in the 30s when he was in an even more desperate situation. He left Germany and tried to make money somewhere else, especially in the Netherlands, where he was very popular, and tried to make his living there. He was there for quite some time. And what saved him was the World Championship match with Capablanca, which he tried to avoid in the first place. He tried to donate the title to Capablanca in, I think, 1920. And Capablanca didn't like it. And then came the offer of the match with a very, very big purse of several $1,000s. And that saved his economical situation, and he could continue to live as before. And the second time was around 1930 or the end of the 20s, in the economic crisis after the crash at Wall Street, when all his shares were worthless. And this situation was really desperate, absolutely desperate. And he did again the same. He went abroad. He traveled between Netherlands, England, and so on. And there are a lot of letters which he wrote to Martha, who remained in Berlin, as Guy reported. And you can read them in the Cleveland Public Library. The authors of the biography have digitized all the letters. I still have a photo in my collection with Michael Nägele and Bob van der Velde with their photographic apparatus and eagerly digitizing the letters. And they are super interesting. And you have never seen Lasker so desperate as in these letters. I can only recommend to read them. So what I wanted to stress is the economic situation had an even more influence on Lasker than the consequences of his political stupidities. Thank you.
Yeah, I fully agree, Andreas, with that, and the idea of the presentation was to look more precisely on the political side, but the economic side was certainly the key. No. It's I fully agree with this. The economic side was key to many of his decisions. Yeah, if that, yeah, Klaas, please.
Klaas Løfgren of Denmark. Frank, I have not had the opportunity yet to read the third volume of the biography, but I seem to remember from the first that some of Lasker's philosophical writings also had the intention of applying thinking on the life in general, and especially business life, like making business decisions when you are if you're executive in a big company or something like that. And it occurred to me that maybe that's the same thing as been continued by Garry Kasparov in his How Life Imitates Chess. I'm not sure if it's correct. Have you met this or made this connection?
I read Kasparov, but I didn't read Lasker in the original, so I cannot say whether there's really a very close resemblance. But the idea of struggle certainly also would apply to business. That is for sure. But as a businessman, he was unsuccessful. I mean, he had some business in Holland, but it didn't fly. So he could not commercialize his own game, Lascar. At the beginning, with his famous world champion, he could sell some of it. Later on, not anymore. So yes, he may have in theory also thought chess will help him to be successful as a businessman, but in reality, it didn't work out. Yeah. Gero.
I think one conclusion to what you said is Lasker would have been well advised by a good banker. I work for a bank, and that's why I'm saying it. No, two questions. First one is, do we know whether Lasker had to leave when the Nazis gained power in 1933? Do we know some details of how he reacted to the rise of the taking of power of Hitler in 1933? The second question is, how could one define his playing style in chess? Because I know, for example, I read once that he said, if I play against X, I play positionally. If I play against Y, I play differently. So he really adapted to the psychological being of his opponents. My second question is just how could one define, or how would you define his playing style? Thank you. Second question is just how could one define, or how would you define his playing style? Thank you.
Yeah, on the first issue, his reaction to Hitler's seizure of power, I must refer to Michael Nägele, who said he was already abroad. So it was not like that he was sitting in Berlin and then decided, okay, Hitler's there, I have to leave. He was already abroad a lot before. Like Andreas Seirenberg just said, he needed to earn money outside Germany. That's what he tried to do. But when the Nazis seized power, the prospect of coming back and having a normal life in Germany was probably for him not existent anymore. But Martha stayed in Berlin. She tried to keep normal life over there, and he tried to earn money outside. And then they came with the Reichsfluchtsteuer. So the Nazis then said, okay, he has basically fled. I'm going to take away your properties and all this. And then he could only make a real move when the two of them went to Moscow in 1935. Yeah. And on his playing style, well, I mean, there are people who said he didn't have a playing style. It's just simply too difficult to categorize in an abstract way, because indeed, what is clear, he was preparing for opponents. That was clear. And he studied the games of the opponents and tried to find weaknesses and make this to his own use. At the same time, I'm convinced that he was not an opening, theoretician. He didn't want to play his system, which he knew best, considering that the other would know worse. He played a lot of random openings and also quite inferior variations, because he believed when we come to the middle game or the end game, then I will win. Yeah. So it's very hard to say, because Rubinstein, you would say, okay, that's a clear positional play. He always played the Queen's Gambit. He always wanted to go into very, clean kind of positions to win by his superior political style, positional style. With Lasker, you cannot say like this. It's simply impossible. Okay, well, I think, Bob, last question, and then we'll conclude.
About his playing style, perhaps Uwe said in his youth already the right thing. He couldn't make chocolate of what he saw from the Lasker's games. So perhaps later on he was a professor, so he couldn't repeat that. But I have the doubt about this. But I should like to end asking attention for the, in my eyes, a real mystery in Lasker's life. That is, why got he so late in the year to Havana? Even Capablanca has recommended him strongly come early in the year, January, February at last, because otherwise it will be too hot for you here. And that is a drawback for you. There is no reason, we could not find a reason why he started in May. It was already hot and he needed help from the doctor. And then in the end, after 4 losses, he stopped the game. It was over. So why started he so late? That was, and I couldn't find a reason for that is plausible. That's, in my opinion, one of the real mysteries in Lasker's life. Thank you for your lecture.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks. And let's conclude this interesting remark from our former president. And I would like to say now 2 administrative things. First, we will retake at 2 o'clock. No, so first, yeah, that's a question. Normally we should have retake at 2 o'clock. No, so first, yeah, that's a question. Normally we should have the assembly now, right? Until 1, class, can you tell me? The assembly is until 1, right? 1:15. Okay, good. Then fine. Then we can now go into the assembly, and then we will retake. And the lunch, there's a full lunch served in La Stazione, which is nearby a restaurant. If we just cross the marketplace and then go through the tower, and then on the left side there is La Stazione, where we have full lunch. And before that, we are now going to open the general assembly. Okay. For that, I think we should start with a little formalities. You will have known that the association has changed leadership. So the new board has been voted into power in summer. It is a pleasure for me to say that Klaas is our secretary, Henri Seroy is our treasurer, Jean-Olivier our webmaster, and myself taking over the leadership. And the new board cannot really give you an update about what happened. In the past. So I would now like to give the floor to Bob van der Velde to brief us a little bit what has happened in the society until now. So Bob, please, you have the floor.
Sit here. Sit on here. Easiest way.
Here's the mic. Thank you. It's on.
It's on, yeah. Dear members of our society, today it is a very special day in many respects. The last member meeting of this kind took place 7 years ago in 2015. The place of performance was the library of the German city of Kiel in the north. City of Kiel in the north, which probably accommodated a beautiful chess collection. Its catalogue is well-known, it's a well-known work of reference, you know it. And that meeting was the result of the courageous initiative of our creative and energetic member Andreas Saremba. But sadly, he was the last one who had that courage. From then on, 7 lean years began, the years during which I was your chairman. Since we are here mainly in order to look into the future of our activities on the fields of history and literature, and especially into the future of our own society, I could end here to look back at my presidency. But our new chairman requested me to present to you. Because we all are historians in one way or another, and many of you will probably have a certain interest also in the history of our society, I will still say a few words about the recent past. In 2016, my predecessor rather suddenly announced his retirement. The then board couldn't find a successor at once and disclosed this impasse during the informal half-yearly member meetings, one of the member meetings in Braunschweig. These are always close connected to the likewise half-year's auction of chess books and pieces at the house of the antiquarian bookseller and auctioneer Klittich. In this meeting, I was confronted with an appeal from the side of 2 of our honorary members and founders of our society, Jürgen Stichter and Michael Nägele, who urgently requested me to accept a chair for a half year, but at most a year, with the aim to give the board an opportunity to find a proper chairman. This was a complete surprise for me because as an ambitious collector of bridge literature and writer about bridge history, amidst the members of our society, I considered myself as the odd man out. Before I only had served the society as a kind of counsel for the structure of the association and the foundation. However, it was difficult for me to disappoint the honorary members, both by me highly regarded, as well as the other board members, and I agreed in this request. In the big world, it is no exception that it costs a little bit more time to find the ideal candidate. In our case, it lasted the mentioned 7 years. And I say this somewhat proudly, it was myself who did find him. What happened in between? I started with 2 initiatives. The first one aimed at the development of a new website because the old one became obsolete. And the second one was to get a more precise idea about what the more or less active members wanted from our society. That was very unclear at that time. I sent them a memorandum containing a comprehensive survey with about 50 proposals and alternatives. This resulted in a most ambitious program of intentions that only ended in rather modest results. Why? The answer can only be complex, but in my opinion, because most members are focused mainly on their own fields of interest and less on the common goals of the society. And secondly, the number of members that is willing to spend time and energy and to those common goals, that number is limited and worse, is diminishing. However, there are many more answers possible. For instance, the effect of the internet. Anyway, one result we all know, and that is the new name of the former Ken Wild Association, Chess, History and Literature Society. The name everybody can find on the internet who is interested in us. Another one is the lasting support for the Torbiblion project. The bibliography on a professional or scientific basis for which once the society was founded. Many more issues of the outcome of the memorandum had to be discussed in the board first and needed decisions as the next step. Discussions in itself are not a problem. But the execution of them, that's another problem. And there I felt it as a handicap that I came from another world, being the bridge world and the world of management. Thus, without a network of relationships within the membership, I could not find enough members willing to support the ambitious plans or to contribute to the new website. Furthermore, honorary member Michael Negele, as the mainstay of our society, fell away. First, because of his work of the mentioned 3-volume Lasker monograph, later because of illness. Until that time, he functioned also as the de facto editor of the website of the society. Because of the lack of activities and the lack of response from the membership and the need to update our statutes, the then board started a discussion on the future of the society, but could not reach unanimity. Broadly speaking, there were 3 voices. One of them wanted to return to the original format, a limited group of interested collectors and bibliographers, such as the group that once founded the society. Thus, without statutes, without formal meetings, and without, that is most important, bureaucratic correspondence. My own voice said, let's stop with the society as a formal association and get rid of the unavoidable bureaucracy of an association. Focus on the easygoing Ken Wilde Foundation for the bibliography, for which the association once was founded before, and transform the membership into an informal circle of friends to the foundation that can profit from the foundation. And against this proposal, a third voice pleaded strongly for continuation of the fully rigid association as it is, including a full swing membership and full possibilities for members to participate in the activities of the society. A deadlock was threatening, but we were saved by the bell just at this moment. The period of Corona lockdowns was beginning. No biennial board meeting in Braunschweig anymore. No possibility to break this deadlock in a constructive way. The deadlock also torpedoed my own efforts to organize a General Assembly as part of a so-called Week of the Mind Sports in the Netherlands. I had set up such a week with the chess collectors, the CH&LS, the collectors, international, yes, and the International Playing Card Society and some other organizations. That was a pity, and anyway, no possibility to have further contacts and discussion about our future. And on top of it, in this period, we lost our treasurer, that our treasurer-elect, I can say, his successor by illness, both members of the committee of cash editors, auditors, and during this difficult period, I get, and that was very helpful, full support of our member Karl Klietig. At that time, also member of the board and always willing to put rooms in the house of Klietig at our disposal for the meetings of the board and for the informal meetings of the members. It was he who found for a number of delicate issues and impressive energy to help the society in difficult years. I think the society owes him a debt of gratitude. And so after the last lockdown, these 7 lean years came with the formation of a new and fresh board, and in the chair, a chairman, himself an experienced chess historian with many ideas, and what is more, a broad network in the chess world and a lot of energy to realize new plans. Now, it is not so difficult for me to look into the future of our society and to predict that from this day on, the 7 fat years will start. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Bob, for this very heartfelt overview, and we can only thank you that you steered the board in these very difficult times. I will come back to this issue when we are at the end of the General Assembly. Now I would like to give the floor to Klaas to explain a little bit the state of play on 2 Biblion, because Per Skjoldjager, unfortunately, is not among us today. Klaas, please.
Oh, yeah. Yes, Per Skjoldjager was supposed to have come to Marostica to present his great work on the days. He had made arrangements and bought a hotel, but finally he was not able to come after all. And I had hoped to have some sort of written report from him that I could present, but I haven't received anything. So very good reasons for not coming. But anyway, I have no doubt that the Biblion is one of our most important assets for the association. It's really a very, very useful tool for everybody who's a collector or even maybe dealers also can use it. And I think we should be grateful to Per for the work he has done on this project. I have been able to help him myself in some Russian translations. I know others among you have also been helpful to put material to the Biblion. I think we even tried under the former board to sort of imply some people to make material for the base, but I don't think anything came of it. So I can only apply to you all to appeal to you all to help Per to introduce more material in the Biblion, which is already a very important tool for us. As I said, I have for the Biblion. I hope maybe we can have on our webpage also we can have a report from Per when he finds the time and the opportunity to make it. Yeah. I think that's all I can tell you at this point on the Biblion. Yeah.
Okay, Okay, so we have been in touch with Per about it. I mean, he has said there is slow progress, always new quotes on chess books and biography, but it is currently more or less a one-man's work, and that also explains why it takes a lot of time. But once we have something, we can put it on the website. We will certainly do so. Now, next would be Henri to brief us a bit about the finances of the society, which we have found when we took over as a board, just so that everybody knows where we stand. Henri, please.
Hello, my name is Henri Serres. I am from Belgium, and now I will be the new treasurer, but I don't have access to the bank account for the moment.
That is a safety measure.
I've made a little review of the financial situation. And you can see I will immediately go to actual situation. Last years, there were not a lot of activities because mostly of Corona. And so the revenues are the membership fees, and not all members have paid what they need. So in the future, Klaus, our secretary, and myself will do all initiatives to regularize that situation. But as you see, the expenses are the rent server, the rent for the server, but we have one member, and I will not name his name, I will not mention his name, but it is Clicky. And he paid himself the rent of the server. So Then we have the maintenance of the website done by Cubus, and the maintenance of the other website to Billion, done by Pep Scope. In 21, there were two subsidies for books. One for myself, for a book about Belgium just in 19th century, and a book as already presented here about 100-year French chess federation. But as you can see also, the bank's charges are rather high, because the bank is seeing us as a business company. And so we have to pay almost 200 euro a year to the bank. You can see at the end of 21, almost 15,000 euro. So we have money to do activities. So it's an invitation to everyone to do, to think about possible initiatives we can make, some meetings, some publications, something like that. Also, regional things can be possible, because we are not a saving bank. The fees of the members are only necessary to do initiatives, I suppose. So you can see the situation at the end of 21, and all the figures are you the bank account, the figures are correct. So,
Thank you. Are there any questions to the treasurer? Yeah, Andreas?
Who does the banking if
Yeah.
you have no access?
Yes. Can you explain who has the access to the bank right now?
access to the bank now is
And Michael.
sorry. Happiness, we have access to the bank by Bert Cornet from the Netherlands. And maybe also our old chairman, I don't know.
Yes, but since Wednesday, I'm not anymore the chairman, also not as the formal liaison officer.
So for the moment, Bert Cornet, you know him,
I was a bit concerned because it might have been lost due to the Brexit. The Netherlands is in the same place.
but everything will come okay, but some administration to do about it.
It's a question of the Chamber of Commerce. They had to register first the new members, and it lasted a lot of time. And I can say I received, I was not anymore the president. Carl wasn't a member, but whatever they did with Trump and with Don. For you, I'm sure they did not. But because we are treasurer, of course, for class and for sorry. It will be all right when I am home. Then I expect the letters that they were received and registered. And he was linked because he was there to present the last essential document. So
I will do.
as soon as I get it, I will send it. and then build the same habit. Same way, and then build the same habit. Same way, reach.
Yeah, so the transition is transition is about to be finalized. I mean, once we are in the register of the Dutch Chamber, then Henri and me, we are authorized also to go to the bank as the new formal board and treasurer. And with that, we can also finance the association today, because as you know, we take over the catering and the lunch as a first measure of indeed using the membership fees as a return to a service for our activities.
As someone who works for a bank, it's very surprising to pay more than 1% commission to the bank every year.
Yeah.
And you're a non-profit organization. I think it's definitely worthwhile asking the bank, you're non-profit, it's definitely worthwhile asking the bank, you're non-profit, we are a non-profit organization. And if not threatened to change bank, because it's crazy to pay so much money for 180 euros for a bank that is on account at installment. I mean, want a hedge fund to take commission for nothing.
Because this bank, especially, is now refusing associations or foundations like we are. Another bank, another big one in Holland, there's another foundation where the chairman, for which I'm the chairman, has the same fees as these are exactly the same.
This is a non-profit organization. I don't understand why banks
They don't bother with organization is organization.
Yeah.
And these go risk of they went to go
Good. I think Gero has a point. The new board will look at it. Yeah. So first we will have to have the formal access, and then we'll have a look at it, because we will also discuss the nature of the association in the next point. Okay, but on finances, the good news is it's sound. Bob kept the the continuity, and we have a very good situation on the account, which we can use for our future activities, and that is certainly as is important for our meetings, for our publications, and for the website, and so on. So that is the point. Then the next issue would be website. Jean-Olivier, as a webmaster, if you just say a few words, what is the situation?
Well, I don't speak English very well. So. Donc, here are a few words to introduce myself. Donc, I am Jean-Olivier Lecomte, 54 years old, and I live near Paris, a small town in France. Saint-Mandé, the name of the city. And currently, I work for a French bank as a database administrator. For chess, I'm a feed master and a president of a chess association in my city. We pay for bank. It's interesting. I think 15 euro per month. So it's the same of our association. So it's a normal price for me, but I don't know if we can find a better bank. Donc, I'm specialized in the history of the Café de la Régence. I have a blog about the history of this cafe, and I also speak about French chess, history of French chess players like Dominique. Donc, the Café de la Régence was a famous chess players' cafe for more than 200 years. I also wrote a book in French about the history of this place. And last year, with Frank Hofmeister and Herbert Bastian, we organized an internet conference for the centenary of the French Chess Federation. For our association, Frank asked me if I would agree to help him, which I accepted. It's not easy because I don't have all my activities, but it's okay to have a new vision of the website of our association. New vision of the website of our association. I will try to do my best about it. So that's all.
Are there any questions to Jean-Olivier? Okay, I think we will have some sort of a mutual complementarity. So 2Biblion will be the research tool with restricted access for all the members. As you know, you need to have password to enter the 2Biblion website. And then we have the public website for everybody, including non-members, where we try to basically inform the public about our activities, news, and then we'll have to see how much we can put in. For example, now the link of this association will be there. If we have little articles, information bits, and so on, that will be the window of the association to the world at large. No? Okay, bon, and then thank you, Jean-Olivier. Yeah, and then maybe I can conclude this session, just a few words also about myself. I'm 52, living in Brussels as an EU official, working for the European External Action Service as a legal director. I'm a keen chess fan with a history as a passion. And when Bob approached me after the French conference, I was first a bit, let's say, surprised, but at the same time I also felt honored that I will be given the chance to lead the international society. And my approach was indeed to try to start a new phase with a new board. And as you've seen, Klaas has the, how to say, all the knowledge from the previous boards and membership administration and the close links to Per Skoljärger. Henri Soreux is a very experienced man where our money is in the safest hands I can imagine. And with Jean-Olivier, he's running the Le Café de la Régence blog, also a very experienced man in the IT world. I hope we can join forces basically to bring society forward. I would like to mention a bit how I see the evolution. That's the next point on the agenda. So for me, it would be important to start or bring the idea of general assemblies on a regular basis. COVID, of course, didn't allow it, but now I think we are back, and this meeting today is a good start. I think we have 20 members here going to Marostica, which is encouraging sign, and building on that we can also have a yearly meeting in a nice place with some interesting, how to say, activities and lectures like this. Second, well, on the website, in the best of all worlds, we could also publish some sort of news, research news, either ideas that there is happening the following interesting exhibition or conference or what have you, but also if you have news to share and put it in the form of news or articles, whether it will be sufficient to have a real, let's say, regular publication on behalf of the association remains to be seen. But if we already can start with having some substantive contributions to the website in terms of little news items or little new research items, that would be very much appreciated. And with Jean-Olivier, we've started to look at the current structure of the website and to streamline it a little bit, that we have, I say, an overview of where to look for news, where to look for links, where to look for chess history, where to look for other items. That is roughly the vision I would like to share. We will also clean up membership a bit, as Henri has said. Over the years, some have simply become dormant and decided to not continue, but they are still on our list. But if there is a continuous non-payment even after, how to say, repetitive contacts, then we will take the decision to simply delete and exclude the member. I would like to work with an active community of members and not half of it simply on paper. And that brings me to the next point on the agenda, which is a bit of how to say, administrative. Bob has explained during his presentation. The current legal structure is the following. We have an association under Dutch law, which is basically consisting of members who are represented by regional representatives, and those regional representatives then elect the board, which has happened during summer in writing. And then we have a foundation under Dutch law, registered also in Amsterdam, which has access over the bank. And the board of the association are the same people who are in the board bank account. And the board of the association are the same people who are in the board of the foundation. And once the paperwork is done, that's why Henri and I get the access to the bank. So that is some sort of a double structure, which was historically meant to make sure that the 2 billion project would be run by the foundation, and then you could get the relevant financial injections from the foundation in the 2 billion project. At the same time, the association is not the owner of the copyrights, which have been given by Karl Klittich and others, but not to the association, but basically to the project, which is Per Skoldier on a personal level, and the copyrights are kept. So, in other words, this kind of idea of having a foundation running the project is not needed, and the association has a structure which uses Council of Representatives to avoid having a yearly meeting of the members during COVID times, which is understandable. There's no other way to do it. But when we go back to normal, we'll have to think about whether this is the most effective way of dealing with all this. And what I would ask the General Assembly today is basically either you say, well, it's like this, no problem, or you task the board to look at alternatives, so that in the next General Assembly next year, hopefully, we can come up with a proposal to streamline this, to make it a little bit more easy, given that the needs are probably not entirely, how to say, accommodating the current structure. So according to this, I would kindly ask those who think they have a view on it to take a word whether you rather like the status quo or tell the board, please come up with a reform, and then we can discuss this next year. That's the issue here right now.
In my experience, the best thing is to keep it as simple as possible and as easy as possible for you. Because I'm sure you have other things to do, and the administrative stuff takes time. I think it's very important to keep it as simple as possible. Yeah, that's the main issue, I think.
would it be simpler to have an association under the law of another country than Holland?
Yeah, Dominique, thank you. So currently the board has no Dutch member anymore. Henri is Belgian, I'm a German living in Belgium, Jean-Olivier is French, and Klaas is Danish. So the natural link to Holland via Bob is now not there anymore. And it was in the Netherlands. So we'll have to think about it, whether it could be an alternative to say, well, one looks at what simplified associations exist. Do they have to be in Holland, or can they be in Belgium or in France? I don't know. We'll have to compare. Yeah, what would be the possibility under French or Belgian law if we make an association? Yeah, that's or the other way around. I mean, the foundation currently is also, I mean, it has the bank account, but it can also be an association who has the bank account. There's no problem. Under other, in other, let's say, situations, you have the association who runs its own money, and that's it. But we need to check. I don't have the solution right now. That's it. But we need to check. I don't have the solution right now. But I think if you say it should be simple, maybe an association in Belgium or in France runs its own money, and then we could simply transfer the bank account to a new bank in France or in Belgium and say, okay, this is easier, we are all nearer, and we can do it. Could be a possibility. Voila. Yeah, but that's also a question we need to ask ourselves. Yeah.
Not to influence the discussion, but only as an aspect that is not in the problem.
Yeah.
And there's Dutch law that's chosen because there is no taxation of tax problems for Dutch foundations or associations. And the other countries at that time, as we decided for the Dutch way, in Germany, in France, and in England, there were costs, higher costs to found an association, and there were tax effects.
Also for non-profit organization, taxes. I mean, I'm a member of a couple of German associations, no taxes. Yeah. So for non-profit, for non-profit associations, but maybe the foundation, I don't know how it was construed at the time. Yeah. But for non-profit associations which are registered under German law under Article 31 BGB, certainly no taxes. So that's for sure. No. I mean, it's an interesting point to look at. Yeah. So I don't think we need a decision here, but maybe we can look at alternatives and then see whether the board comes up with a solution. But Jürgen's point is also important. Of course, we cannot renewal each time the board changes. That's also not a very practical way. But the current situation seems, at least now, living through the transition and all this, seems to be rather cumbersome. Okay, bon. Then new activities, what the board had in mind for next year, but we are open, of course, for proposals. Or say the other way around. In 2024, 2 years' time, there is the 100 years FIDE, and there will certainly be festivities in Paris. And we thought that in 2024 we could have our General Assembly there from the FIDE anniversary. And in next year, in between, the question is what could be done. The idea we as a board would put on the board in front of you would go to Belfort, where is the big library of Menera. It's very interesting to see. We could approach the city council, whether they can offer us something. And if you find it's an interesting idea, it's just between Germany and France, or also in the center of Europe. This could be a highly interesting place in Belfort, and then 2024 Paris. If you have other good ideas, we are open. And if you have ideas for regional events, as Henri has said, also fine for us. Yeah. Yeah, and sometime in Brussels also possible. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. 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 I mean, we don't have to do Belfort next year. Huh? We can also do it later on. Huh? But I mean, for variety reasons, we need good ideas. So my appeal is to say, so 2024 Paris, I think, is a clear date, and 2023, if some good ideas arise, we are certainly flexible. Yeah? Yes, Bob.
The idea for last year, what was torpedoed by Corona, was to have a meeting in Leeuwarden in Holland in the framework of the collection center that is founded on that, together with the Chess Critics International, also Play Class Society. The only thing that was left was the board game studies this year that would be organized on short term. But nevertheless, when there is interest from society for a meeting in the Netherlands, in Leeuwarden, in the library of the Sword, then I can try to make an offer for society anytime.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we are certainly open. I mean, if you can put something on paper, let's say one pager, yeah, when, where, how, and we would certainly look at it. I would encourage this. Yeah. Okay, so then we have already a couple of ideas, and when we can see which years are best for which activity. But Leeuwarden for me sounds also as a very good proposition. Yeah. Dominique?
Paris 2024.
Yeah.
We will have to do outside the dates of the Olympic Games, because accommodation in Paris will be very expensive.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll have to see, because maybe there are some interesting events you want to see. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, of course. If we know the Olympic dates, we could, I don't know. One idea would be to simply do it immediately after the end. And then people can decide, I'm coming a few days before because I want to see the Olympic Hall and some great players. And then I stay for the society, or the other way around. Immediately before, and then people can stay in Paris and later on. I mean, we will have to look at the dates, but it's an important consideration. Yeah. Okay, bon. Then I come to any other business, and I deliberately did that in order not to reveal any secrets. So the board has also considered the question, what to do with a list of our honorary members. And we have discussed internally about it, and we came to the conclusion that it would make good sense to propose to you to add to the list another honorary member for a couple of reasons. Namely, in the past, the society said this is possible for members who have done more to the benefit in a very, how to say, exemplary fashion to the association, and which is a token of gratitude of the members to those deserved members to become an honorary member. It's not an automatic thing. It is a recognition of the good voluntary extra mile, so to say, that member would have gone. And as we have just heard, the last 7 years were difficult, and a couple of, how to say, unfortunate circumstances. Michael Nägele turned sick, COVID came, and so on and so on. And despite all odds, yeah, the society lived on. We have now received it in good shape. You've just seen it. And all this is to the personal, I would say, energy and efforts that our previous chairman, Bob van der Velde, put into the society, clearly doing it in a public purpose sense, in a sense of keeping the chess society alive. And therefore, it is the proposition of the board that today the General Assembly would vote to give him also the title as an honorary member. It is, the consequences are honorary, but still I think this would be the appropriate way forward. So if you were to agree with me, then you could just raise your hands, and if I don't see a clear majority, I will ask for a vote. Yes, you may. Yeah.
Also in my
Yes, you may. Yeah.
Also in my time, we had discussion about the position of an honorary member. We did not agree in the board about this concept of honorary member. I was opposed to honorary members. I will say, I can say why. In my opinion, when you are a member of the board or chairman or treasurer or whatever, you knew what you began, what you had to do, and you had to do it properly. I think when you do properly your duty, that's normal, that it doesn't deserve the accolade of honorary, in my opinion. I should like to give, still, of course, but I don't know, don't make a point of it, give the honorary membership to outside people who did something extraordinary, and you can show them your gratitude that he did it from outside the society. But you can discuss this concept. In my opinion, I said it already, a man like Karl Klietig, he isn't here, so we can speak freely about him, did a lot for the society. Since a long time. His father was the first honorary member. He made the association possible at all. He gave immediately all the support, the possibilities to come together. In Braunschweig, his building, the Klietig House, was free for us all. He organized meetings with lectures or with chess matches or whatever. Interesting persons came along and had a speech. And in the difficult years of the lockdown, he was a mainstay for me and for the association at all. He paid the bills, or I did it myself, because we had troubles with the treasurership. But he found also solutions for the contribution to the society. He paid it himself. But he did a lot of work. You could always ask him, what shall we do, Karl? Can you find a solution that is practicable and usable for us? So that is a member who did far more than you could ask for a member just of the board, in my opinion. So that is why I refused before, as we discussed with our chairman, the concept of honorary membership, that he said, not for me, but look for people who did something outside the normal, not as a member of a board who did his duty. In my opinion, I did nothing more than my duty. And when I did it well, I'm happy to hear this, but that's all. But now you have voted and I have no veto. I cannot refuse it, of course. But my words are also a suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. We took note duly in the minutes of the meeting. Now I can close the General Assembly. I think we can go to lunch. We'll yeah.
No, just so I don't want to delay our lunch especially, but my name is Gary Jungem from CCI, Chess Collectors International. We are also very much interested in chess history. I think it's very important that we work together. I know, Bob, you come to meetings as well and others. You're all welcome. What typically happens is we have a meeting on a biannual basis. Last time, now because of the health situation, was a little bit different, but last time I think we met in Prague before COVID, where everybody and all the CCI members are welcome. So might also be interested in, we have good contact, Frank, to because we're not competitors or something like that. I think we are all interested in chess. CCI is sponsoring chess research, so really a sister, brother organization, however you want to call it. And I think it's important that we also know, for example, of each other, of the events we organize, because some CCI members might also be interested in joining here and vice versa. On a practical point, we have a CCI German meeting once a year. Typically, the next one will take place in Germany at the end of October. So if you want some details, we have a website as well, chesscollectorsinternational.org, or contact me or Frank or whoever. But that's also one point. And member, just to let you know, maybe some of you don't know, but there's also a chess motive association in Germany, GSM, that meets once a year, typically in May. They're more collecting stamps and coins and books as well. So that might also be interesting just to know that there is this organization, GSM, they meet once a year for a couple of days, which is interesting. And there's Temeshek, I don't know if somebody knows that, but they're more stamp collectors. Yeah, me too. So they are also in France. I was there in Lyon at the beginning of March. They're also interested in chess, of course. They are focusing really on stamps, but it's also one meeting point for potential. Sorry, probably spoke too long already. But just to let you know, I mean, CCI is there. There's Temeshek and there's GSM. And I think it's good because we're all interested in chess. That's what matters to everybody. And it's good that we have a good communication also. Thanks to everyone. Thanks.
Yeah, indeed, Gero. We had agreed that we will inform each other, and now administration. So we have the lunch now at a place which is called La Stazione. You leave the building, go to the market just at the side. On the other side of the market, through the tower, and then there is a normal big street, and directly on the left side is La Stazione. Most of us will see each other in a group, but okay. And then we try to come back at 2:15. We have a little bit overrun here. I would say Henri could start at 2:30 sharp. Yeah. Also for colleagues who follow online. So the next point will start at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
Pendant un grand moment, je n'avais pas compris la fonction. Mais là, c'est et j'ai élargi. Ce ne sera pas que le cas sur les échelles.
Allô, allô, allô. Allô, allô.
Denk je dat wij er exemplaren van willen krijgen? Als er verhalen over Marostica in staat, wil ik dat wel hebben.
Op de voorzitter die kreeg.
En die voorzitter zegt altijd anders.
Ik heb nooit dat gekregen. Ik heb zeer problemen met die ERG, hoor. Als je borst van alles
ist unentbehrlich.
Okay. Signore. Let's please continue. Please take a seat. Let's close the door. So the second part of the conference can now start. We are a little bit late, but we apologize for the colleagues online if you had to wait a bit. On the other hand, our lunch break was quite nice. So this is how it goes. Now I'm very happy to introduce to you the next topic and the next speaker. So as Henri Sereuse already told about himself, he's an esteemed Belgian chess historian. His book about Belgian chess in the 19th century just. But before that, he also made a big biography about Belgian chess books, and he is very well known in our country. And now he has looked into one of the interesting events on Belgian territory. And I'm not going to talk about substance yet, but rather give the floor. Henri, please.
Thank you. I hope everyone had a good meal, but not too sleepy. I will first tell something about the history of that championship. A person very important is William Ritson Murray. Murray is a surname, but normally they call him Ritson Murray. Every year he organized a junior in a tournament in Birmingham. But in 50, he organized an international tournament. And there were 20 boys under the 20, and 7 overseas countries took part, and was won by Ekqvist from Sweden. His initiative was taken up by FIDE, and then the following year, in 1951, Murray was allowed to organize the first FIDE Junior World Championship. 17 countries, 3 from outside Europe, and England could inscribe a second player to avoid a bye. They played 11 rounds Swiss system, and the tournament was won by Boris Ivkov from Yugoslavia. Please.
Yeah, Boris Ivkov is a member of our association.
Ah, I didn't know. Perhaps a senior member. 2 years later, it was Denmark's turn. The tournament in Copenhagen was very strong. Of the 8 finalists, 6 became later grandmaster and 2 international masters. But the young player and big favorite, Bent Larsen, disappointed. He ended last in the final. It was won by Oscar Pano from Argentina. So, the third junior championship, FIDE preferred France. And France would also host the second World Championship for student teams. You see a little booklet on the left. But if France didn't confirm the organization before the end of 1954, the organization would be awarded to Belgium. France didn't confirm, and Belgium could co-organize it. But the World Championship for students was played in France during the month of April, and Spassky played there. It was a team tournament, and Spassky played on the second board after Taimanov. So Hendrik Bouwen, a retired school director, he was the youth leader of the Belgian Chess Federation and shall be the main organizer of the upcoming tournament. Shortly after the end of the World War, he started promoting chess among the youth. His contribution to the sport of chess has been significant, and the way he worked and the results he achieved read like a handbook for the novice youth coordinator. A grandson of Bouwen, Robert Bouwen, and I play in the same cousin chess circle with the very appropriate name, the Thirsty Rook. And when Rob's mother moved into a service flat and the house of his parents had to be emptied, Hendrik Bouwen had one son and three daughters, and so when the house of the son had been emptied, a forgotten, faded folder and a photo book surfaced. And it turned out the folder contained Grandpa Bouwen, all his correspondence and his cursory notes about the 55 World Junior Championship. I'm, of course, very grateful to Rob that I could use both. I supplemented my research by digging through Belgian chess players and magazines. The invitations. FIDE sent an invitation to all affiliated national federations on March 15. And the registration deadline was June 15. In the meantime, the Belgian Federation had already decided that the tournament would take place in Antwerp and start on 21 July. At the right, you can see a letter of the Australian Chess Federation. They were pleasantly surprised to receive an invitation, as they had been behind in the payment of their contributions to FIDE for several years. And you can see they did the payment now, 100 Swiss francs for 2.5 years they had to pay. And for the entrance fee, there was also a fee of 50 Swiss francs. And 50 Swiss francs at that time was about 570 Belgian francs. And to give you an idea, in terms of purchasing power, 1 Belgian franc in 1955 is almost the same as 1 euro now. So it was rather substantial. The entrance fee was about 550 euro in actual terms. When June 15 deadline arrived, only 20 countries have signed up. But the day after the deadline, Bouwen received a notification from FIDE that 3 other countries, Finland, France, and Iceland, had registered. Because in the weeks that followed, nothing was heard from Iceland about who was their candidate. Bouwen had left printed posters and entrance tickets printed stating 22 parties. Oh, no, it's on the follow day. 22 countries. But then there was a telegram, July 9th, telling something had apparently gone wrong, and that from the Icelandic Federation, that Ingi Johansson's name was passed on. So 23 countries meant that Belgium could inscribe a second participant to avoid a bye. And that second Belgium participant was Michiel van Oorlen. I had contacted him once. The players. As already mentioned, Australia was happy with the invitation received. They thought, a very strong contender. John Spencer Purdy, son of Cecil Purdy, already mentioned this morning, and his son was Australian chess champion, not at the juniors, but at the masters. And on top of that, with an astonishing score of 12.5 points out of 13, he was the Australian champion. So they thought a very good candidate. A fundraising campaign brought in 500 British pounds, about 70,000 Belgian francs, and he boarded an Italian liner, Oceania, on May 21 in Sydney. After, on a month later, he disembarked in Naples. And then, by train, he went to London. And in London, he played in Birmingham, in a preparatory tournament in Birmingham, in which also the British participant took part, and the results were anything but promising. You can see the English Lloyd ended 5th, and Purdy only ended at the 8th place. Yes, the Englishman was Kenneth Lloyd. Later on, he will be of master level, surely. But after 1960, he disappeared from the chess scene. Belgian candidate was Gustav Somers. At a very young age, 12, 13 years old, he showed a lot of promise. Among other things, he could keep the draw when Euwe or Najdorf gave a simultaneous demonstration in Brussels. A year later, in '56, he again became Belgian youth champion, but afterwards, he completely disappeared from the chess radar, and either I or anyone else I know knows what had become of him. So now fast all the other players. Switzerland, Keller, he had already played in Copenhagen and reached the final. He is best known for his win against Fischer at the 1959 Zurich tournament. Next, Kreppenover from Austria. Jurgensen from Denmark. When it is with a green bar, I suppose they are still alive, or I try to contact them. I have contacted Jurgensen, very nice man. From Yugoslavia, Siric, who was later, he became a grandmaster. From Norway, Sven Johannessen, he became an international master, and there's a book of Øystein Brekke about that chess player, Sven Johannessen. From Spain, Faré, he was also, he had also played in Copenhagen, but didn't reach the final. I tried to contact him through Spanish members of our association, but because he doesn't use email and only wanted a personal meeting, it was too difficult for me to arrange that. From the Netherlands came the later well-known Dutch billionaire Johannes Jacobus van Oosteren. He was the only player who asked Bala some questions. He asked it, he wished to receive a list of participants. For instance, you see, the manager. From Germany, Hans-Jürgen Klages. He tied first place in the 1954 West Germany Championship, but he lost the playoff against Gert Rinder. But Gert Rinder couldn't participate because he was already 20 years when the tournament started, because he was born the 3rd of July, so 21 July, he was 20 and was no longer allowed to participate. From the United States came Edmar Metnis. We know, I suppose, Edmar Metnis. Only later he became a grandmaster. But that's something that comes from Balen's archive, and we don't know. That is, the United States Chess Federation wanted to inscribe a second player, namely Lombardi. Of course, the later international grandmaster, best known as the Fischer second in Reykjavik, 1972. Was it possible? No, it was not possible. FIDE replied to Max Pavey first directly, and again at his assistant, but then to Lombardi himself, that it was impossible. Okay, you can read, no one federation, how big and strong it may be, can be represented by more than one player in the Junior World Championships. For the first time, the USSR participated in the Junior World Championship. It was the first time. You must take into account 1955, Cold War period. And so no risk was taken, so Boris Spassky was sent. He was already an international master, and in Bucharest, 54, I suppose, he had already met the norms for grandmaster. So, the next Ireland, they teach Argentina, Schweber. Later, he became an international master. Luxembourg, Finland, Austria. From Bulgaria, they sent Tringov, who became also later a grandmaster. And then someone from Saarland. Saarland was a part of Germany that came under French government after the Second World War. It existed, it was reunited with the Federal Republic on January 1st of 1957. But before, there was an apart chess federation, Saarland. They played also in some Olympiads, Saarland. And Hungary sent an unknown young boy at that time, and that was Lajos Portes. I had a very good contact with the Swedish participant, Hans Broden. There is a picture in 2019. Broden studied law at the Lund University. Later, he became the owner and manager of the famous, more than 160 years old Hotel Eggers in Gothenburg. He sold it in '87, but the picture is taken in the hotel, but in 2019. And he still plays in a jazz orchestra. Very nice man. France sent Muller from Mulhouse. Iceland, as already said, Inge Johansson and Van Hoorne. What was Balen's greatest concern? That was the lodgement, the accommodation cost for the players during 3 weeks, because they were at the expense of the organizing federation. So he tried to house the players by private families, but it was not a great success. And more than the half of the players had been housed on hotel. So the players arrived on Tuesday 19th or Wednesday 20th. Most by train, some by car, you can't believe, one by boat. And that was that Finnish Leo Holström. It came by boat because in Antwerp lived a small colony of Finns, because the timber trade between Finland and the port of Antwerp. And he came with a boat with timber from Finland. And still more, one arrived by helicopter. And that was madness. You wrote, I expect to arrive in Antwerp at 11:50 a.m. The explanation we suppose is that the American embassy in Brussels had also a consulate in Antwerp, and there was a helicopter of the American army that make playing venue and hall was on the Roxy Hotel on the Mer. That is Antwerp's main shopping street. A large part of the playing room was situated at, yes, you can see one window, but here, 3 windows. That was the playing room. It's 2 stages high, and with a gallery, so you can look down to the players. That was playing hall. Don't search now the building, because that was the building. Yes, all that, Paris, Londres, Roxy. It's gone now. Now it's that CNA from the Netherlands has replaced. Wednesday, 20 July, 8 p.m. There was the drawing of lots. And you see a picture of Balen and most of the players, Spassky, back. And to indicate they would play in 3 preliminary groups of 8 players. And to indicate the seed heads, you could say that they choose for Yugoslavia, because Ivkov won the first juniors championship, Argentina, Pano won the second, and for the USSR, now for the first time present, with the most likely winner, Spassky. But to do so, they found a rare justification. The official explication was that they had taken the first, second, and third of the Amsterdam 1954 Olympiad. But still, yeah. But so the heads were Spassky, Schweber, Win, and Siric from Yugoslavia. Some players of the major chess countries had also a second, were accompanied by a second at the expense of their own chess federation, or in the case of Biskaya, at his own expenses. He then traveled to Sweden for the interzonal tournament. You see on the pictures, for instance, Kerkalajic, who was the second of Siric, Averbach, who was the second of Spassky, and Neikirch, the second of Trinjov. Yes, Averbach, our regretted oldest member, he was allowed to celebrate his 100th birthday this year, but unfortunately passed away May 7. Edmond Lancel was the arbiter, Gerard Einen, the tournament director, and you can also see on the picture Yuri Averbach. And you see on the entrance cards that there was only mentioned 22 countries instead of 24. The first round started on 1 July. That's the Belgian National Day. They played from 2 to 7 p.m. and adjournments the next day at 9 p.m. You see all the players ready for the first round. By the way, that nice young woman that was the sister of Faré from Spain. And you see on the left a very special, there's the first round, Spassky against CH from Ireland. Spassky was already an international master. CH was not able, he was the second in a schoolboy tournament in Dublin. And they had to play the first round. There was one sensation in the preliminaries, that was Spassky lost a game and against Hans-Jürgen Klages from the Germany. It was Spassky his own fault. Because in that position, Spassky would like to play knight f6, chess and attacking the queen, but his own queen is hangs. His own queen hangs when he play knight f6. So Spassky, he plays first rook d1. Klages answered taking pawn a2. And then Spassky did knight f6, but that was wrong because here the black has to take the knight because the attack on the queen. But now there is no longer an attack on the queen, so Klages played his king in the corner, and there is no mate attack. And Spassky continued to play queen a4, but of course Klages took the knight, and Spassky was lost. There was also a big surprise, and the surprise was that CH, the later international grandmaster, was not able to place him for the final. A lot to do against his game against Kreppenhofer. Of course, CH with the white pieces is as ever winning position, but now he loses a lot of time capturing that pawn. 3 moves. In the meantime, black comes with his king to f4. Then he retired a knight to b5. The king came to e3, attacking the bishop. The bishop played. Then the king came to d. So there was a king travel. And now the king can take pawn g2. And the pawn can't be stopped, while the white pawns can not simply promote because the black bishops. So, and that was yeah. CH couldn't find the final. So the preliminaries ended. Spassky, Alström van Oosterom, Trinkoff, Johannessen, Schweber, Faré, Keller, Metnis. And that were the 3 winners of the preliminaries. And the 10th was the best of the 4th play. And yes, it was Portisch. So he was finalist. And it was after the preliminaries. There was a rest day. At the evening, Biscaya played in the Jewish chess club, Maccabees chess club. And then the final started Friday, 29 July. And again, Spassky's name came as last out of the lottery drum. And again, his opponent of the first round, the Weber from Argentina, will finish as last. It was not good to play Spassky in the first round. The remaining 14 players played a classification tournament. So in total there were 7 and 9, 16 rounds to play. You see, after 3 rounds, there was already a clear separation. 3 players with 2.5 out of 3. Spassky, Metnis, and Ferry. You see on the picture, Metnis and Spassky, they played a draw in the 3rd round. The 6th round was crucial. Because Metnis defeated Ferry, he didn't beat him. He defeated Ferry at the point. So Metnis at 5 points, Ferry 4.5, and Spassky won, but he could have lost his game against Tringo. And that was at 38 move. Spassky had played f4, and that was a big error. With queen c3, black had a draw, but Tringov played queen c4, and that was really the correct move. But Tringov missed the next move because Spassky answered rook f8, rook take rook. No. For instance, if Tringov had played rook d1, mate would follow. He could have played rook f8, rook take rook, rook take rook, but then queen come to bishop 3, and the rook had to move, but to stay on the first row, and then he could play knight g3 and winning the queen. Queen a3 and then knight. But Tringov missed the occasion to play rook d1 and win the game. So Spassky won and had 5.5 points. Then okay, there was a second rest day after 6th round. And Maccabi Averbeck played a simul in the same Maccabi chess club during till 2:30 in the morning. 42 players. And after that rest day, round 7, and Spassky takes a bigger lead, and his overall victory was no longer in danger. The tournament was long and tough, and several players cracked physically. You can see it. Sven Johannes and Schweber, 2 international masters later. No. Even this Hellström and Van Oostrom. Yes, it was a very hard tournament. Yes, you see, but Schweber and Johannessen, yes, we will meet them again. So the proclamation. That was the next day, the Monday, August 8, 3 p.m. Balen opened the session with a short speech in which he thanked all participants for their exemplary attitude and sportsmanship. He asked them to personally transfer the thanks of the organizers to their federation when they returned home. Afterwards, the tournament leader Anand proceeded to the proclamation. So Spassky won before Metnis Fairi, and who was fourth? Again, that boy from Hungary, Portis. Siric, of course, could win the classification. Here we see the proclamation following and it's a bit strange that the city of Antwerp donated not 1, but 2 medals of honor. Was it so planned, or the result of the final score? A Russian on 1 and an American on 2. Standing on a small platform, was the first to have the ribbon of the golden medal hang over his head, while the Russian national anthem was playing. A young girl handed Spassky a bouquet of flowers, which visibly moved him. Then Metnis also got a ribbon of honor, while now the stars and stripes resounded. Its symbolism also didn't escape Mr. Soloviev of the Russian legation. After the award ceremony, immediately following the proclamation, he asked to speak. He expressed his appreciation for the proper organization of the World Championship and expressed his thanks for the sympathetic reception the Russian delegation had received. In addition to a gift for Balen and Borodin, a Belgian chess player who had made himself very useful as an interpreter, he also handed out 2 fenions of the Sports Association of the USSR. 1 to the president of the Belgian Chess Federation, and the second, yes, to the American Edgar Mentlis. It's a special. The prizes. In addition to various cups and artifacts such as gilded spoons, there were decent prizes in kind and possibly cash prizes for the 10 finalists. Spassky, of course, won the Belgian Chess Federation Cup in the middle. Spassky had to go back twice to receive all his awards. Each participant, 24 participants, received a book by Duchamp and Alberstadt, which will probably have come across as a bit strange to the players then. At Mont-Lancel, the arbiter, was the donor, and he valued the book at 210 Belgian francs at that time. In 2022, you will probably have to pay 500 or 600 euros for it, at least if you can find a copy. But every player received such a book. They received also another book. They all received a fountain pen, and Spassky got a matching porte-mine on top of that, the fountain pen. The winners of the preliminaries received a cup donated by the newspaper Volksgazette from the hands of Julien van Dist, a known chess problemist. But he was also a journalist at this newspaper. There were, in addition to cups and balls, there were also very special prizes, such as from the Argentine embassy from the player from Argentina or the Benelux with the best result. That prize was won by the Dutchman Van Ooster. But were there any cash prizes? According to balance notes I found in his folder, yes, altogether for 5,900 Belgian francs. Spassky would have won 2,000, Metlis 1,500, and so on. The last three finalists had to settle for 100 Belgian francs. Newspapers and chess magazines made no mention of it. And where did the money came from? No trace of this can be found in the statement that Balen 2 months later handed over to the Belgian Federation. Did the money come from FIDE, which had received about 12,500 Belgian francs in entrance fees? Unlikely, I suppose, but I don't know. It's remarkable. So there were also brilliancy prizes, and Johan Essen won that brilliancy prize for his game against Schweber in the preliminaries. And it's also in the book of Brecke, of course, that game. Clarius received 250 Belgian francs because he was able to beat Spassky. And Metlis also received 250 because he didn't lost a single game. At 5 o'clock, there was a banquet with 113 presents. Ferré played on the piano. Broden gave on the piano some fantasy jazz. And at 9:30 at evening, there was a ball. And Broden showed also his qualities as a jive dancer. I read in the journal. 2 months later, Balen presented the final financial statement at the meeting. So you can see revenues about 84,000, expenses about 86,700, and the deficit was accepted and contributed by the federation. Some weeks later, in Gothenburg, a proposal from the Belgian Chess Federation to appoint Balen as FIDE youth leader was not adopted. Spassky kept in touch with his chess grandfather. Yes, Balen was co-founder of a chess circle in his town, Schilde, the Boris Spassky Chess Club, still existing. And that club have organized a 14 famous international youth tournament in the period 65-82. You can see some of the winners. And you see on the right a letter that Spassky wrote to Balen some week before he became world champion in 69, and a small letter he wrote after he became chess world champion. And he always called Balen my dear chess grandfather. I thank you for your time.
Thanks a million, Henri, for this fascinating overview, and it's completely new. So this is primary research with new pictures, new knowledge, and also fascinating details. As usual, we can now open the floor with some questions to Henri, and please come here to the micro if you have so, please. Jürgen.
I have not so much as a question, as more that Joey Averbach told me once that he came as a second for Spassky because the trainer of Spassky broke his leg or something, and because of that he didn't go into military service. He could get out immediately, so it saved him for military service. Averbach was een vervanger van de trainer van Spassky, omdat hij zijn been gebroken had, of een arm of iets. En toen Averbach was net begonnen met zijn militaire dienstplicht, eindelijk. En die kon hij toen weer uit, dankzij dit. Dus hij is eigenlijk nooit in dienst geweest.
Yeah, I'm aware of another story with when Spassky, when he was outside the Soviet Union as a younger, he made some positive comments about the capitalist world, which later brought him some problems. Is there anything in this? Because keeping such a close relation to a Belgian was probably a bit suspicious.
British chess magazine Kingpin, I think in 65. And there he said that in Belgium in 55, he asked some questions to the Russian legation leader. For instance, he said, in Belgium they don't know Marx and Lenin, and they are still living well. He said that because instead of what we think, Spassky was very well
Okay, I think if this exhausts the topic, we again thank you so much, Henri. Quick question: Do we wish to have a break, or do we continue with the next presentation? Short break, huh? Yeah. Okay. So we prepare for a short break, and then we continue in, I would say, 10 minutes, meaning 10 to 4. Yeah, we are here back.
Ik hoef er maar één zet anders te doen. Ik zat daar bij je kwalificaties door het laatste 100 van. Ja, fantastisch.
Toi, tu peux prendre cette chaise. Voilà, donc juste ce bouton-là, et pour revenir en arrière, voilà. C'est bon. C'est bien.
Ouais, ça va, non? Ok.
Ah oui, on voit. Par contre, ça m'étonne, 25 centimes d'euros, c'est pas ça hein, pour la France. Non, le timbre ne coûte pas 25 centimes. Quand on en offrira une, évidemment.
Et ça, c'est pas.
No, non c'è più, chiudi un po', riesci ancora a lavorare. Però invece lavorare perché
Okay.
This one. All right. So, signore, signori, ladies and gentlemen, we are set for the last part of today. And after having heard a famous Belgian chess historian, we are now turning to France with Dominique Timonier, who runs the famous web page L'Héritage des échecs en France. So whenever you are uncertain about something in French history, go there. Unless it's Le Café de la Régence, then you go to Jean Olivier. But I think it is not a exaggeration that we have here one of the most prolific and well-known chess historians of France among us. And we had agreed in the beginning to ask Dominique to talk about an Olympiad which took place in Nice 1974. And I'm very happy to give you the floor now. Dominique, please.
Thank you. I'm grateful for your. It works? Yes. I'm grateful. I'm Dominique Timonier. I am Dominique Timonier. I'm 62 from France, and as Frank told it, I'm the main redactor. I'm the redactor of a website on the chess history of my country. It's called Héritage des échecs français. I do it for more than 15 years now. Beside that, or inside that, my main research interest is Savielly-Tartakower. I'm working on Savielly-Tartakower. I've been working on him for nearly 15 years too. And hopefully I'm a new retired. I retired a few months ago, and maybe now I will be able to finish my work on Tartakower. I have made a lot of discoveries on this fabulous player. Now, les 21e Jeux olympiques échiquiens de Nice en 1974. I was supposed to speak to you in French, so the slides will be in French, but I will try to speak to you in English. I prepared the text in English. I hope you will be indulgent because my English sometimes I hesitate. So Nice, of course, the Olympiad in Nice were held in France because it was the 50th anniversary of the FIDE. A quick word on the creation of FIDE. You see a picture of Pierre Vincent. He was the General Secretary of the French Chess Federation in 1924. At that time, the Olympic Games were held in Paris from the 4th of May to the 27th of July. And there will be 100 years after there will be Olympic Games again in Paris in 2024. Vincent, he took up an old project of Olympic chess tournament dating from 1922, and he moved heaven and earth to try to have chess admitted to the Olympic program. He did not succeed, but nevertheless, he organized an international tournament reserved to amateurs, because the Olympic Games at that time, there was only amateurs. And the tournament started in Paris, July 12, 1924. It was the first unofficial Olympiad. There were two tournaments, one individual, which was won by a Latvian player, Hermanis Matisons, and there was a team event, which was won by Czechoslovakia. To make it as if it was an Olympic event, there was even an oath pronounced by a player just before the first round, and this oath was pronounced by Georges Renaud, who wrote a famous book, L'Art de Fermat, with Victor Kahn. And Georges Renaud was the French champion of 1923. He pronounced the oath before the game started. At the end of the tournament, under the impulse of the French Federation, and thanks to the efforts of Pierre Vincent, an international chess federation was constituted with 15 countries. It was the first, the creation. What is not very well known, that the first name was not FIDE. The first name was FIE, Fédération Internationale d'Échecs. And then from 1925, it became FIDE, Fédération Internationale des Échecs. So, to thank France for its role in the creation of FIDE and for the creation of Olympiad in chess. France was awarded the organization of the 21st Olympiads in Nice. But we say in French, it was un cadeau empoisonné, a poison gift, because the French chess movement at that time was not in very good health. So it was experiencing crisis after crisis since the years 1960s and the beginning of the 70s. Just to give you an example, France could not participate in the Olympiads in Siegen in 1970 because France had not paid its annual fee to the FIDE. It was problematic. And another problem was that the Olympiads, it was becoming Olympiads after Olympiad, it was becoming a huge event. As you can see here, when the Olympiads resumed after the World War II in Dubrovnik in 1950, there was only 16 countries. And you can see that each Olympiad after Olympiad, it increases. The former Olympiad before Nice, it was in Skopje, ex-Yugoslavia. There was 63 countries. In Nice, I don't know if it was because it was on the French Riviera, but there was 78 countries that enlisted. 3 did not show up. The Eastern Germany, Albania, and India, because they protested against, for political reasons, because they wanted to protest against the presence of South Africa and Rhodesia because of the apartheid system that was in this country. Finally, 75 countries were present, but Nicaragua showed up with only 2 players. So after the first round, the chief referee, which was Grandmaster Kotov of the Soviet Union, he said that Nicaragua could not participate. But it was 75 anyway, because Algeria could not come to the preliminary round, was admitted, bizarrely, was admitted by Kotov to take part to the final. At that time, chess was very political. We are only 2 years after the World Championship in Reykjavik, and the politics were very intricate to chess. It was Cold War, it was Soviet against USA. A few players did not come to the Olympiads. The great absentees were, of course, Fischer, who was already talking about retirement from chess. So he did not show up. He asked about some personal conditions. He asked the French Federation if he could play in a separate room from the other players. Of course, it was not allowed by FIDE and by Kotov. And so a few months before the Olympiad, he said, I will not come. Bent Larsen, who was one of the best players in the world, had an argument with the Danish Federation, and did not come to Nice too. Hübner, the famous German player, did not come too. I don't know why he did not come. And another important player, Smejkal, for the Czechoslovakia, did not show up. The tournament was organized from the 6th of June, the opening ceremony, and the 7th was the first round, and it lasted until the 30th of June. At that time, it was a very long tournament because Nice was the last Olympiad where there was a preliminary round and then finals. So it lasted very long. You can see the venue. It took place in the gigantic Palais des Expositions, which is in Nice. It was enormous. It was more than twice the size of Siegerlandhalle, which was used in Siegen in 1970. The spectators could come very close to the players. There was metallic barriers, and the spectators could be very close. Some players complained about the light because the round started at 3 p.m. and at the end of the game, sometimes the light was not too good. You can see here two pictures. In the middle of the exhibition hall, there was a gigantic rook. Inside of it, there was fresh beverage for the players.
The thirsty rook.
Yes, the thirsty rook. And I've got a funny story at the end with this rook. Organization, it received, let's say, mixed reviews. I forget to tell you the clock rate. The clock rate at that time, it was 40 moves for 2.5 minutes, and then 1 hour every 16 moves. French organization. As you can see, I have put on the slide the title of 2 reports on Nice. One is taken from the Swedish chess periodical, which is Tidsskrift för Schack, and it's Skandal Olympiaden i Nizza. And the second one is from the English chess periodical Chess, and it's a great Olympiad. So, yeah, you can make what you want. In fact, the organizational difficulties were real and stem from structural problems and some incidental problems. Structural problems like the weakness of the enthusiasm for chess in France at this time, and the almost permanent state of crisis of the French Chess Federation in those years 60 and 70. A more recovery was in progress under the impulse of Raoul Berthelot, who was the president of the French Federation elected in 1972, and he was the editor-in-chief, the chief redactor of Européchèque, our national chess periodical. This movement was insufficient to answer the requirement of such a tournament. Just to give you an example, in the former Olympiad in Skopje, they had 63 teams, and there was almost 500 persons in the organization committee. In Nice, there was 75 teams, and there was only a core of about 50 people, 10 times less. We would work very hard to make the tournament work. Many people had committed themselves to participate in the organization, but they withdrew. In addition to this, there was some last-minute problem. The bigger one was that 2 months before the tournament, the president of France, Georges Pompidou, died. And many of the helpers promised to the organizers could not be provided. For instance, they had promised that military and police personnel would be helping the organizers. And in France, when the president dies, everybody in the military is required on the barracks and can't leave until another president is elected. So there was to be legionnaires. You know the French Foreign Legion? There is a cousin near Nice. They were supposed to be helping, and finally they did not show up. The politicians, they were too busy with the new general election that took place at the end of May, a few days before the Olympiads. There were also problems with the hotels. The organization wanted to that the players should be accommodated in very fancy hotels, and all the big teams, they were supposed to be in a brand new 4-star hotel, which was called the Frontel. The main problems, it was not finished. Every morning, the players were woken up by drills and jackhammers. There were problems at the kitchen. Here is, I forget to show you, Mr. Berthelot in the cover of Europe Échec when he died in 1991. He was the chairman of the organizing committee. Problem in the hotels, you can see that in the left picture, the Russian team, they protested, and they had money, so they decided that they would leave the Frontel and book on their own a new hotel. So you can see their team captain, Vasily Smyslov, with his translator, a Frenchman of Russian origins called Senekosov, and he is proudly showing in front of his new hotel, Le Méridien. And on the picture on the right, you can see that even the mighty Russian team, they had to queue up to go to the lunch room. You can recognize Karpov and Smyslov. The food was criticized, which is a shame in France. And the start of the rounds, everybody wanted to eat at the same time, and it was difficult. Later, it became a little more better. One of the main problems with the organization, one of the main consequences, that the organizing committee could not produce a bulletin with all the games. Unfortunately, Nice is the only post-World War II Olympiad where all the games are not, all the games are not known. Even if with efforts that were made lately, approximately 1,500 games are known on the 385 games which were played in Nice. For the first time, a computer was used to produce the bulletin, but the computer, it can only reject impossible moves. Somebody had to decipher the score sheets in many languages, and there was not enough people to do this. So quickly, the decision was taken to produce a bulletin with only the games of the main countries. At that time, it was important because it was the only source of to get on your future opponents. The Russian and the American, they were mad about this. I think we can salute the courage and the dedication of 50 courageous that could produce still an Olympiad. I forget to tell you that to do this presentation, I, of course, looked into the chess periodicals of 1974, but I contacted my French chess friend, Michel Benoit, the French champion of 1973, who was a member of the French team. And I also contacted Louis Rizachet, who was very young at that time and was a famous referee, and he was in the organizing committee. And the pictures you see, they are unpublished. Some of them were sent to me by Michel Benoit, and some by visitors of my website. Alors voilà, seule Olympiade postérieure à la seconde, only Olympiad posterior to the Second World War, where all the games could not be published. First utilization of the computer to key in the games. Too few personnel to decipher the score sheets. Only about half the game known so far. This has had consequences. One of the first consequences was financial difficulties for the French Federation, because there was a lot of unexpected, unforeseen expenses, in particular expenses related to the FIDE Congress, which took place during the Olympiad, and where there was translations to be made in a lot of languages, and it cost an arm, like we say in French. The bills were paid mainly by the city of Nice. At that time, its mayor was Jacques Médecin. He was a very ambitious man, and his secret goal was to organize the next World Championship. He had in mind to, after the Olympiad, to organize the next championship where Fischer could defend his title. Of course, we all know that this did not happen. One of the other consequences was that Nice was the last Olympiad to last so long and to take the form of a preliminary round and finals. Just at the next Olympiad, which was in Haifa, in Israel, the Swiss system was adopted, so it produced a much shorter tournament. The preliminary phase, for the first time, the allocations of teams were decided by averaging the new ELO ranking, which was just produced by Professor Arpad Elo. And Arpad Elo, he visited Nice during the Olympiads. Of course, it seemed fairer, but once again, it produced a lot of protestations by the Americans, by the Russians, because everybody thought that their group was weaker than the other. And at that time, not all the players had a low ranking. So making an average of the team was not easy. The strengths of the group seemed very unbalanced, and the captain protested. For example, USSR was in a group with Poland, Brazil, Scotland, Wales, while the USA was in a group with England, Denmark, Australia, Canada. So the strength was not the same. There were 8 groups, 7 groups with 9 countries, which had a rest day, and 1 group with 10 countries where there was no rest day. France was in this group. The team ranked 1 and 2 of the preliminary round would go to final A. The team ranked 3 and 4 to final B. The team ranked 5 and 6 to final C, etc., and so on and so forth until final E. The preliminary round did not produce that much surprise. We had about the same teams as usual. You can notice a big surprise in Group 1 because Waze made his best ever tournament and could finish second behind the USSR and go to the final A. They also, we can say that the elimination of Cuba in Group 3 by Finland was some sort of surprise. And also, there was a surprise in Group 7 with the Philippines. France was fourth. France was fourth of Group 7 and would go to final B. I don't know if you can see the result of the final A. The Soviet Union flew over the tournament. They won with 8.5 points ahead of the second team, Yugoslavia. It should be remembered that the Soviets had won every Olympiad since their debut in the Helsinki Olympiad of 1952. But in the 2 previous Olympiads, the Soviet domination was much less than usual. They won only by 1 point in Siegen and 1.5 points in Skopje in 1970 and 1972. Both times, in Siegen and in Skopje, the podium were the same. It was first USSR, second Hungary, and third Yugoslavia. Here you can see that the podium was USSR, Yugoslavia was second, and the bronze medal, it was a close affair because it was made the USA and Bulgaria at the same number of points, 36.5, but USA won the bronze medal by the number of match points. It was, this was decided by the last game of the Olympiad. We just saw in Mr. Serious' presentation, Grandmaster Tringov of Bulgaria. Grandmaster Tringov, he tried his best to win the very last game of the Olympiad to overcome the Americans against a Spanish player called Bizier. He tried to win an endgame with queen and 4 pawns against queen and 3 pawns. He tried for hours. And the closing ceremony had to be rescheduled. In fact, he could not, and Bulgaria was fourth. The main disappointment came from Hungary, which was second both in Siegen and in Skopje, and they were only sixth. I will explain why, some reason why later. Yes, this is just what I said. 8.5 points ahead of everybody, but not to repeat the problems of Siegen and Skopje, the Soviet, they produced what one can call a dream team. They had Karpov, Korchnoi, Spassky, Petrosian, and the substitute were Mikhail Tal and Kuzmin, a young player, very brilliant young player. They won 8 victories on 8 matches in the group phase and 13 victories and 2 draws in the final 8. They drew against Bulgaria and Hungary. Pictures of this brilliant team. Here we have Karpov playing in the first round against a Scottish player, Pritchett, and this picture is courtesy of the website Chess Scotland, where the history part is taken care of by Alan McGowan, which is a member of this association. Now we have a very beautiful color picture of Viktor Korchnoi, of course. The board of the Russian teams were decided by the results of the candidates' semi-final, which took place in April. Karpov beat Spassky and Korchnoi beat Petrosian. So they ranked their player in accordance with those results. Here we have pictures of Spassky. The color picture, he was playing against Yugoslavia, and the player we see the backside of is Ljubojevic. As you can see, the spectators, they were really very close to the games. Here is Petrosian. Now we have Mikhail Tal. On the right side, it's the match against Hungary. There are a lot of brilliant chess historians here. Maybe I can make a little quiz. Who is the Hungarian player? Somebody has got an idea? Great. István Kson. István Kson. Bravo. Here we have the second substitute, the young Gennady Kuzmin, analyzing, and Mikhail Tal is watching. This is the Russian team, and the famous Hamilton-Russell Cup is handed to the team captain, Vasily Smyslov, by the president of the FIDE, which was Max, we say Oewe in Oewe. Here is a picture you have at the closing ceremony. You have on the left, in color picture, we have Vasily Smyslov, which is with Alexander Kotov, the main referee. It's once again their translator, Mr. Senekosov. And on the right, you can see that Smyslov used to sit with the spectators to look at the games of his team. A few legends that were in Nice. Of course, everybody is recognizing Miguel Najdorf. He was playing for Argentina, of course. He was born in 1910, and he was one of the veterans of the Olympiad. he was beaten only by a few weeks by a player of the team, Moshe Cherniak, who was a few weeks older than him. And in Nice, Miguel Najdorf, he beat the record of the greatest number of games played in different Olympiads. Before him, the record holder was a Swedish player, Stallberg. And in Nice, after the end of Nice, Najdorf had played 211 games in different Olympiads. He extended his record in Haifa in the next Olympiad, which was the last one he played for Argentina. Another legend, it's of course Svetozar Gligoric, who was the first board of the Yugoslavian team that won second place. He suffered at the first board. His results was 5 wins, 10 draws, and 2 defeats. But behind him, there was the young Ljubojevic, who made a great tournament. Another legend, you recognize Samir Reshevsky. He was born in 1911, the former child prodigy. He was the fourth board of the American team. He played not many games of the American team called James Tarjan, made a great and extraordinary tournament, and so the American captain, which was George Koltanovsky, preferred to play James Targent than Samuel. My friend Michel Benoit, who was a substitute of a French team, told me some of his souvenirs. And when he was not playing, at the end of each round, he would rush to the American team because Reshevsky, he was in Zeitnot. And alongside him was another American player called Walter Braun, who precedently played for Australia, but for this Olympiad, he changed his nationality and he played for America, USA. And he was also a player which was always in Zeitnot. And Michel, he told me, I remember I have vivid memories of Reshevsky, he was riveted on his table, on a chessboard, and he was very close to the chessboard. He would not lost his eyes, and the other, he was pulling his chair. He was like a tiger, and he jumped into the chessboard each time his opponent was making a move. And both of them were very different, but both of them were killers in Zeitnot and had won a lot of games during that Zeitnots. We saw him. It was Portis, who was the main player, the spearhead of the Hungarian team. He had a bad tournament, and this is one of the sixth place of Hungary, who had finished second in the 2 previous Olympiads. He won 6 games, made 8 draws, and lost 2 games. As an excuse, he said that he was a very heavy sleeper and that Hungary had no money to change hotel like the Russians, and that he could not sleep. Hungarian team room was visited by a thief, so he was afraid to go back to the room. Others are saying that the Hungarian players, they were not so hungry than in the previous Olympiads because of the results of the previous Olympiad, they all became grandmasters, and now they were not so motivated. Another legend in Nice, somebody recognize him? Robert Byrne. Robert Byrne. He was the second board of the USA, and he made a remarkable tournament. 8 wins, 8 draws, no losses. A quick word on the final B, because there was France. The final B, quickly, Israel, Austria, and Italy broke away. And in fact, they finished in that order. It should be noted that Israel, they won their match against Tunisia. You can see that Tunisia was last in the final B. They won their match against Tunisia by forfeit. Since a decision of the FIDE Congress of 1973, matches between so-called warring countries that did not wish to meet each other could be resolved on the basis of the newly created ELO rating. So Tunisia refused to play against Israel, and Israel was awarded a win by 3-1 without playing on the basis of ELO rating. And it was very political in Nice, and some matches in other groups were decided like this. For Algeria, which did not make the preliminaries but were admitted to final E, they refused to play against Rhodesia because of the apartheid. And there were others. French team? Of course, the players are not well known because at that time we had not any titled player, not a grandmaster, not even a master. And they made a decent tournament. They finished 12th of the B final. In Skopje, they had finished first of the D final. I will give you the name because recognize them from left to right. This is Miodrag Todorcevic, which was a Yugoslav a naturalized Frenchman from Yugoslavia. Then we have Jean-Luc Seret. Then we have Jacques Maclès, and finally my friend Michel Benoit. These pictures, they are on the motorbike of Maclès. He was quite a character, Maclès. And he came from Paris to Nice on his bike. It's more than 900 kilometers. You can see Miodrag Todorcevic at the table. He became an international master in 1977. And Jean-Luc Seret, he became an international master in 1982. A quick word on the final CDE. In Nice, Louis Rizachet, that they were qualified as the exotic finals. There were a lot of countries, different countries. Final C was won by Australia. Second was Iran. and then Brazil. South Africa forfeited the last 3 rounds because they were excluded from the FIDE during the tournament. The D final, Pakistan, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic. Pakistan was quite a revelation. They had a player in board 2, which was called Farouki, who won the gold medal for the second board. You have a picture taken from Europechek, when you can see 2 players of the Pakistani team, and in the middle is Louis Rizaché, which I contacted for this presentation. Was quite young at this time. And the E final was won by Rhodesia, then Iraq, then the Netherlands Antilles. What is funny is that Rhodesia, unlike South Africa, they did not forfeited the last 3 rounds. So they were awarded the medal for the E final, not being no longer officially a member of the FIDE. But I think Mr. Kotov took a lot of very strange decisions during this Olympiad. The individual scores, the Russian teams won almost all the golds. Karpov won the medal of the first board. Farouki, I told you before about, won the second board. Spassky won the third board. Petrosian the fourth board. The first reserve was for Tal, and the second reserve was for James Tarjan of the USA I told you about. One player became a grandmaster during the Olympiad. He was the revelation of the Olympiad. It was Eugenio Torre of the Philippines. I could not find a decent picture of him from that time. And here you have a picture of him from my chess friend Michel Benoit. It was about 13 years later in the Swift tournament of Brussels. And 3 players became international masters in Nice. Rida Belkadi of Tunisia, who was living in France. Øgaard of Norway, and Gena Sosonko of the Netherlands. There were no beauty prize on the individual scores. I must say that there was, on the other side, there were some players that there were a poor player from the British Virgin Islands who played and lost 15 games. And there was a player from the Virgin Islands, but American Virgin Islands. He played 22 games and he lost 19 of them. I think it's still the record. There were no beauty prizes awarded by the organizers in Nice, but a well-known American patron, Mr. Turover, took it upon himself to create a prize, which he wanted to be awarded annually for the best game played in the most important tournament of the year. He called this Samuel Turover, was an American player of Jewish, Polish origin. He was a successful entrepreneur, and was in his youth, he was champion of Washington, and he patronized chess all along his life. He donated money for tournaments, for beauty prizes. For instance, in France, visiting Paris in 1931, he arranged 2 consulting games with Alekhine and Tartakover. He played with Alekhine, and the 4th player was Joseph Kukierman, a Polish player which was very talented, sadly commit suicide during the Second World War. So he was a well-known patron for years. For Nice, you can see there is a clip from Chess Life and Review, the American chess periodical. He offered $1,000, which was quite a he chose 9 games from the Olympiads and asked 3 judges to rank them. The judges were Lothar Schmidt, Ruben, and Harry Golombek. They elected the game Steen against Braun, Najdorf Sicilian with a lot of